approval of the agenda as amended. Just as a heads up to the mayor, members of council, delegations A and B have requested to switch places, so that'll be included as the amended portion. I'll be looking for a mover and seconder for that. Councillor Marakis, Councillor Thompson. Comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any contrary minded? That carries. Declarations of pecuniary interest. Seeing none, we'll move on. Presentations. Mr. Weiss, Mr. Kimmerer, I'll let you know that you have 10 minutes as our presentation guidelines work. Because of the very long and lengthy list, I will ask and request that you stick to your 10 minutes and we move along as scheduled. So, Mr. Kimmerer, the floor is yours.
Councillor Perry, Mr. Mayor and Council, my name is Stephen Kimmerer. I live at 48 Devons Drive. I'm president of Sport Aurora. And this is Mr. Ron Weiss, past president of Sport Aurora, president of the Aurora Sports Hall of Fame, and chair of Activate Aurora Committee. And he will be starting off this presentation.
Thanks, Steve. I'm here to provide a little bit of context here. The first slide you see has to do with where we started in 205. There were about 7 or 8 of us that got together at Sport Aurora. It was a very small organization, as you can see there. We really had no constitution. We were just a bunch of people who were looking at the interests of sport. Steve, go ahead. We put that up there to give you an idea, because we're not going to violate 101 in PowerPoint, so you don't have to read all that. The next thing that happened to us is that we got a Trillium Foundation grant, and the organization grew. And so you can see how it grew. We had some program management people. We had other people we had to hire to do the things that were in the grant and do the deliverables. There's what it is today. On the left side, you have all of Activate Aurora. We had a grant for producing activities. And on the right side, more recently in 2016, we were doing things having to do with the Aurora Sport Plan. And so we had to hire individuals to do things for us, to do research, and to help us with the delivery of the sport plan. So we've gone from something that was relatively small, kitchen table, easy to manage, to something that's a little bit significantly larger and has a need for professional services and people to be able to operate sport. So I think that is pretty much the context that we have, and because we want Steve to talk to you a little bit about the budget.
All right. June 20th, Mr. Downey delivered a report to Council's consideration recommending financial support for Sport Aurora. This support was for sustainability and the execution of Year 2 of the Sport Plan for 2017. Mr. Downey was to present a report card as to whether Sport Aurora met its deliverables in regards to Year 1 of the Sports Plan. Now I'm going to zoom ahead here. In that document, there are 2 budgets, pages 14 and 15, that are draft versions that should not be in that report. Page 16, identical to that, is the only budget that needs to be of concern. We apologize if this has been a source of confusion. With respect to sustainability, the $32,692 is needed to maintain the service levels we now provide to support sport in this community. These programs are well known to all of Follow Sport, such as the Breakfast of Champions, the Volunteer Recognition Event, the All Kids Can Play program, as well as the Athlete of the Year and All Elementary Schools Athlete of the Year. We also put on special events for our members, such as the street sale booths. We provide what we can afford to do with respect to the website. We also advocate for our members when asked by the town, and we sit on the Parks and Recreation Culture Advisory Committee. Much of this is for the promotion and celebration of sports, but we also consider it advocating for sports. Of course, we manage the Activate Aurora project that has sufficient funding from the OTF, but requires professional oversight. Last year, July 2016, we were contracted by the town to implement and provide advice with respect to the sport plan Year 1 deliverables, and we have been in front of council 3 times with updates. The question was raised June 20th regarding the $93,692 that was approved in November of last year by council for the 2017 sport plan delivery, but was contingent on the successful report of our first year sport plan deliverables. We have coined this the $61,000 option. Although we know that the money is useful, it's certainly reasonable for council to ask the question. In 2017, we continued to provide expertise to the town because we assumed that we were provided funding. We have hired people to help facilitate the sport plan development, as well as retained a part-time research assistant to help us retrieve information and best practices in a variety of directions. Most recently being the multi-sport facility report, this document here. I'd like to pass it around so everyone can see it. Mr. Downey has already had a look at it, which we have presented a couple of weeks ago to Mr. Downey. Additionally, we have begun developing a volunteer recruitment, retention records, and recognition plan with HR specialists to help our sports manage the hundreds of volunteers that deliver their programs. We have continued to support the recommendations we presented to help with the special needs population and have arranged a meeting with the Oshawa Ability Center to see what program development could be used here in Aurora. We expanded the Athlete of the Year starting last year to include, in 2017, the Aurora Coach of the Year. Should we be funded further, we will use the funding for the following specific purposes. Upgrade our website so sport tourism events can be publicized accurately so both the public and businesses in town know what is happening, to drive spectators and to ensure service levels for our residents and guests are adequate, and our restaurants and service providers can have appropriate staff available. We will hire a communications coordinator who will ensure that sporting events, including registrations and information of interest, is presented in traditional and social media. Monthly full-page ads regarding the interests of sports, such as internal and external events, and registration dates and times and locations will be published, and a powerful social media campaign will be prepared and delivered. We will once again publish Play in Aurora magazine that is the targeted for sports publication that is largely self-supporting, promoting the town as a tourism destination and facilitates a visitor's experience in many ways. We will hire an events person to help support our sports organization outside the lines for tournaments and special events. They have told us that while they are adept at implementing tournaments and competitions, the advanced promotion of the events as well as day of support is lacking. We will continue to grow the volunteer management program and provide recommendations to the town for the provision of a volunteer support database that can be used by all sports organizations so they can manage the certifications, credentials, and sports volunteers of all types. I have a couple of important aspects. Here we go. We are asking $93,692 to do this, which is only 27% of our entire budget, meaning we are funding 73% of the whole through our own sponsorship, advertising, promotion, and sales activities. We have brought over $1.3 million of value to this community in the past 5 years through grants awarded. Our members have, on average, spent $2 million annually on permits to provide the excellent sports services by our sports volunteers. We represent almost all of the volunteer-driven sports organizations in this town, at last count 41 members, and other affiliate members, and there's no other organization that represents as many participants of any kind in Aurora. Finally, we can and will sustain ourselves and retreat to only those activities that we can afford should you choose not to support Sport Aurora. That will remove a lot of current and cooperative activities that make sport a better place in Aurora. You may choose to find, hire, train, and support someone who is an employee as a sports development officer if you really want sport to thrive, but we don't think the return on that investment will be close to the value of the Sport Aurora solution. We can continue to provide the service levels we have had delivered for the last 5 years, including what we have started in the sports plan, while being partially funded through grants and sustainability funding, and you may choose to help us keep the lights on with the current service levels that I think you've appreciated thus far. Or we can help you grow the sports culture in this community through working on years 2 and 3 of the sports plan, a plan that was approved by you in 2016 and represents building a sustainable foundation for sport. We are simply asking, what do you want us to do? And we are eager to serve you as you wish. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kimmerer. Any comments or questions from members of council? Councillor Abel. And just before we start going with questions, I wanted to advise everyone and request that we all pay attention to the questions that are being asked around the table. If you ask a question that's already been asked, I will rule that out of order. Councillor Abel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank you very much, gentlemen, for the excellent presentation. The book that was passed around, is that something that council will be able to get from you? Is that going to be distributed to us? Or?
Well, we were asked by Mr. Downey to provide feedback through a form that we sent to all our members to fill out information for the multi-sport facility. We can make it available, but it's going to cost money to print it. But it wasn't necessarily. It was directly to Mr. Downey. Right.
Thank you very much. And I want to let you know that I know the value of what you put in there. We often hear what volunteers mean to a community. And I can't imagine the undertaking that the town would have to do and how much we would have to invest to be at the stage we're at. So I'm in full support of all your programs. They are moving us forward and uniting and making us a better community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And excuse me. Thanks, Ron and Steve, for coming out. I know it was partially, me asking you guys to come here is why we're here today, and I really appreciate you guys coming here and providing this presentation and coming in to provide some clarity on this issue. And also, like Councillor Abel, I want to thank you guys for what Sport Aurora does in the community. You certainly have 41 sports organizations, pretty impressive, and to speak with one voice, it's definitely a good thing that you guys are here today, but do great work in our community. But I just wanted to ask a couple questions. So, I know we've been down the road a little bit. We had the year one sport plan that was funded in March of last year, I think. And so the first time that Sport Aurora came to the town with sort of a projected 3-year outlook was in November of 2015. I think it was the FAC. I think your Trillium funding had just been extinguished, or the program had run its course, and so there was kind of a good synergy. You needed a bit of bridge funding, and then you would provide us with year one of the sport plan. And so just looking at the projections, the projections are obviously a little bit different because Activate Aurora hadn't come on yet. But the budget kind of shortfall for 2017, and based on that chart, was around $39,800. Now that's changed to this year. Obviously, your 2017 projections have changed, and you've partially answered why in your presentation about Sport Aurora has kind of grown since then. But is that the whole picture? So because obviously now it's 93,692 in terms of a shortfall for 17. Now I know in your report today you've separated out the 61 for the sport plan. But just if you could speak a little bit more to, why it's grown from 39,000 to 93,000, just for the benefit of council.
Well, I think you picked up on the 61,000.
Right.
I mean, when you start something, the assumption should be that once you start it, you don't leave it alone. It has to have something put into it. So, for instance, when we did the work on accessibility and people with disabilities and women in sport and the rest of it, we made recommendations. But if nothing happens beyond that to put programs in place to be able to work with the community, then that was really a poor investment of everybody's time and money. So that's what's in there, is to sustain those programs that have already been started out of year one. We don't want to drop them or abandon them because they have value to the community. That's the easiest way to say what's in that 61,000.
Right. So it's fair to say that Sport Aurora, although they projected originally that they would have sort of a sustained line of expenses, decided once the sport plan was being implemented that those weren't sufficient and we needed extra funding from the town, essentially.
Right. If you need to continue to do the things that you want to do in the sport plan, which we assume that you do,
right.
And my suggestion would be in year 2 and year 3, the same kinds of things will happen, but we wish to get into a service agreement with you that says, here's what you want, and here's what we will do. And if the 61,000 isn't right, if you want to pare it back to just 33, then that's fine, but then you're going to have to deal with whatever's in the sport plan.
Right.
So we just think it's a reasonable thing for you to do.
And our largest expense are people. We have to
Right.
hire people to do the job. It's as simple as that. We need professionals who understand what we do. We can't have the expertise of Ron Weiss always on a volunteer basis.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I know. It's tough to believe, right?
Don't speak for me, okay?
Right on, thanks. My next question is, so there's been the FAC meeting, there was budget projections presented, then there was the budget meeting, the next one was the budget meeting of the last November, and then the budget consultation meeting of a month ago, and then the reports for this item. And so, you know, there has been a little bit of change in terms of, I guess, specificity on the numbers. So, for instance, you know, in the original kind of projections you gave us from budget in 2017, I guess the 61,000 wasn't separated out as a sport plan because the administration costs went down from 83 to 54, and the promotion and celebration of sport went down a little bit as well. So I'm assuming that's because you're kind of pairing that out of the Sport Aurora budget, and that's going to be more focused into the sport plan. But again, if you could maybe just highlight some of the reasons for those changes, I think, if I have it correct, then that's fine. But
No, I think that's about right. And let me say that I'm here because the treasurer isn't here. He's on compassionate leave because of a death in the family, so I'm trying to fill in on him doing this thing. So, and Steve's the same way, but I do sit on the executive committee. I think you're essentially right in what's happened. The sport plan itself is a difficult beast because it has the sport plan here and it has a sport plan here, or it has a sport plan here. And so what we're doing is working on a variety of different options that are available. So for instance, when we do the promotion of sport, we could put an ad in the paper every week, or we could put it in once a month. That's a difference of 4 times the cost. We could do, each one of our sport organizations say they could do a tournament once a weekend. So we could have 41 weekends busy with sport tourism. We don't think that's reasonable. It's probably closer to 12 or so, so we do a really good job on each one of those and grow that over time. So some of the other budgeting items were really based upon the iterative process of going from what we think we need at the top end to what we think is reasonable to do in the present time.
Right.
Steve, anything else?
And again, budgets tend to be fluid. They change as you get smarter. You realize that where your money has to be put. So that's why part of the differences.
thank you, and I appreciate you guys both, you know, coming again, especially if your treasurer is off for compassionate leave. So, you know, I know you mentioned at the beginning of your presentation that there's 2 pages in the report that they weren't there in the last report. They're in this one, and they're added by error, I guess, or whatever. But are those just budget drafts? Were they just? I guess it leads to my question. You know, if those were just kind of drafts, that's fine. Then they were added by mistake. But are any of the charts that you've given the town, have they been audited before? Are they audited numbers?
No, they're not audited. In terms of an audited statement is one where you've had expenses, and you're looking at the expenses against the purpose of it. So
Right.
we haven't done audited statements.
Right. Okay. Yeah. No, I was just wondering because I know that was kind of slipped in. So obviously it was a draft, and we weren't supposed to see it or whatever. But
I
they
think
were
that's
there,
fair
and
to
the
say.
numbers were different. So I just wanted to know.
So there's no question that would raise some confusion if you thought those were the reports that were the ones we were looking at, because which report is correct. So I
Right.
think those were in error
Right.
put in the report, and who knows how that happened, doesn't matter now.
Okay, so they weren't audited. And then the last question is, again, bear with me a little bit here, is you mentioned that Sport Aurora has 41 members, and I just want to, just out of curiosity, because I know there's an admin section in revenue, and it's not really quite obvious. You know, what does it cost for a sports organization to be a member of Sport Aurora?
$25 annually.
$25 a year?
Yep.
Here.
$20 a year, okay. And so revenue for 41 is, you know, a couple $100.
Whatever that is. yeah.
Okay.
We didn't want that to be a barrier for anybody to participate, because
Okay.
we have some relatively small organizations that are kitchen table operations.
Right. Okay. Well, again, I thank you very much for coming out, and I appreciate you guys making the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Ron and Stephen, and the other members of the Sport Aurora board for being here tonight. I think, as you've heard, everybody appreciates the work that Sport Aurora has done and recognizes the benefit to the community. I think that the facilities handbook that you've circulated, I think, also shows the collaborative relationship that the town and Sport Aurora enjoy. I know that I've had the privilege to attend some of those meetings along with Mr. Downey, and you certainly saved us a fair bit of work in terms of being able to, you know, reach out to those various sports groups and get a sense of their needs as we look forward to building potentially another facility. But my question to you, and I know that tonight you're really here before us for 2017, but just to ask you about 2018, do you see the amount you need for sustainability to be in line with what you're asking for 2017?
Let me say, my suggestion is that this is all related to a service agreement. We'll do work, and what's in the sport plan, we'll make recommendations. Those recommendations may have a dollar figure attached to them, and it's up to council to decide whether they want to go forward here. The sport plan was identified to be a 5-year plan. It could turn into 7 years or 8 years. It really is at the discretion of town council to decide what they choose to sustain and what they don't. So we look at this as a year-by-year process of saying, let's keep us working and keep moving in the right direction, and whatever comes up, we'll come back every year and say, this is something we think is a priority, this is what our members think is a priority, the community thinks is a priority, what do you think? And we'll do our best to accurately reflect that in a budget. Steve?
Yeah, and again, we had to produce those two budgets for 18 and 19 in a 2-week period, so it's, again, budgets are fluid, and so, but from a sustainability scenario, I don't see us getting any smaller. So we're going to need to hire people to do stuff.
Sure. Thank you. And second question really is, the town currently has an arrangement with the Aurora Cultural Center in terms of, reporting requirements, both financially as well as in terms of their activities. They present us with numbers on a quarterly basis, as well as, although they're not audited, but their financial statements as well. Is Sport Aurora opening to do similar things under the terms of the service agreement?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Councillor Kim?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Stephen and Ron, for coming out tonight. Just my question is on the Trillium funding, and Trillium funding ran out in 2016. Can you refresh my memory in terms of what the annual amount was for Sport Aurora?
Well, the 4-year amount was $204,500. So you can do that. But it wasn't annual because it was a growth things, and then it actually tailed off at the end because of they were trying to make us sustainable as best that we could. That's part of the seeding. So that's the total 4-year grant was $204,000 and change.
Okay, great. And am I correct in that you received another Trillium grant for Activate Aurora? And how much was that for, and how long, or how much is the gross amount?
$749,500 over 3 years.
Sorry, how much?
$749,500. Okay. And the other grant that we did was $174,000 in 2012 when we started the Aurora Sports Hall of Fame, and they needed some seed funding to get that started. And so that grant just coincidentally stopped at the end of 2016 as well.
Okay. So through you, Mr. Chair, you guys received a new Trillium grant for Activate Aurora, and that's going to last. That's for $750 as well, or?
Yeah, it was for $749,500. It
Okay.
started in July of 2016, so it'll be finished in June 30th of 2019.
Okay.
We just finished our first year.
Okay. And does that have to be used by Activate Aurora, or can that also be used throughout the Sport Aurora administrative?
No, it has to be used by Activate Aurora. There are strict policies about the budgeted items, and they have to be spent in the areas that they have been applied for.
Okay.
So we don't leverage that over, except if we could leverage it to an executive director, or we could leverage it so we have people doing 2 jobs instead of 1, but the money still has to come out of the Trillium budget. That's part of what their job is, to make sure that that happens.
Okay. And so you're able to, I guess, silo that within Sport Aurora, because Activate Aurora is part of Sport Aurora, correct?
Yes, it is. That's exactly what happens. So that's all run out of, it's a project of Sport Aurora. It's not its own project.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Seeing no other names in the queue, I will ask for a motion to receive Councillor Gartner, Councillor Thompson. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any contrary minded? That carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming out. Greatly appreciated. We're now on to delegations. Ms. Elias, you're up. And please, as a reminder, 5 minutes.
Yes. Perfect. Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor Daw, councilors, chairman, staff, for allowing me to present the results of the Highland Gate Ratepayers Association input on the proposed park. Just so to put a bit of context, currently I work for a national patient organization, and among the responsibilities I have is to develop surveys for patients. These are for cancer patients. And those surveys are used by Health Canada to decide if they're going to approve or not drugs, or they're using the input of the decision that they'll be making on approval of these drugs. Health Canada and also provinces as well. So in developing those surveys, I use very strong scientific and methodology, because as you can understand, lives of cancer patients depend on these drugs. So it's with that lens that I applied to developing this survey. So before we go into the results, I thought it would be a good idea to speak about the methodology. First, the respondents had plenty of time to answer the survey, as it was sent via email to them on April 26th, and they had till May 19th to complete the questions. After May 19th, the survey was closed and the data was locked. I used a professional version of SurveyMonkey to conduct the survey. And SurveyMonkey, as you know, is not a monkey survey, and they're used by many large corporations, by millions and millions of people across the world. This is a paid version of SurveyMonkey and offers more design and bells and whistles to do analysis, which allowed me to conduct very strong reviews of the data. I also did comparative analysis, and I'll be speaking to that a little bit when I go through the data. The survey consisted of 17 questions and focused on demographics, some of the park features, assessment, and open-ended question. But for today's presentation, I'm just going to focus on the feature and the results of these. If you'd like to get some of the comments that were submitted, I'm more than happy to provide that to you. The questions were based on other validated questionnaires, and they were obviously modeled on similar questions that looked at preferential surveys. There were no skip logics or features programmed in the survey, so everybody could answer the questions free flow. The survey was sent to all of the 2016 and 2017 registered member of the Ratepayers Association, and the total numbers was 348. I'll be going a little bit more into the detail as to why that was done this way. All the responses were anonymous, and we had a total of 85 respondents, which accounts for a 24% response rate, and that included some of the response that were disqualified. There were six respondents that were disqualified because they had provided double responses, so that means they had responded to the survey twice. The system that I use is able to analyze and give me those responses and highlight those, so I only use the responses from the first go-around. All of these people who responded to the survey twice either lived on the park. There were 5 of those, and 1 person did not live adjacent to the park. So in the final analysis, we had 79 respondents that were used, and I did cut and analyze the data 2 ways. So I looked at it from the total population and then looked at it from the people who lived on the park and those who did not. So if we look at the numbers, one of the questions was, do you live adjacent to the park? And the description of the park was provided via the link that you find on the Aurora Town website, so there was no information that was not already provided to the members, or the people who lived around the park. So of those, you can see there was a larger proportion of people who lived off the park, about 55%, and about 40% people who lived on the park. So if we look at the numbers in a little bit more detail, the reason why we did not use the 2017 members is because the numbers were too small. If you can see here, we have about 78 members total today in our membership who have paid for 2017, and of those, 69 live off the park and 9 live on the park. And if you apply the 24% survey response rate, you would have a very small number, so we didn't use those. And that's why we used the 2016 and 2017 members. And the reason is because most of these people were part of the whole process and live in the community as well. So if you look at the numbers, the people who lived off the park It was about 300 people or individuals, members, and that represents 86%.
So, Ms. Elias?
Yes?
Your 5 minutes are up.
Okay.
I do know that this was sent to all members of council. It's in our mailbox right now.
It is.
I also understand that the timer wasn't up, so it was difficult for you to keep
I know, I
track of
don't have-
time.
Correct.
But I also know that you're on slide 3 of 15 in 5 minutes' time. So in order of if there are some quick things that you want to pull out, please do so, but very minimal and very quick.
And the bulk of my presentation is up front. I'll go very quickly through the results. So the point I'm trying to make here is that if you look at the percentage of people who lived on the park of the respondents, there's a higher percentage of people who live off the park, but there's still a very high percentage of the people who lived on the park. So based on the number of responses, you can say that the survey was skewed to the people who lived on the park. So let's look very quickly at the data. As I said, analyze the respondents who lived on the park, and you can see the graph on the right, and then the graph on the left, and the graph on the right are those who live on the park versus off the park. So the questions were in order of appearance of the features that were presented in the website. So you have the data here for the exercise station, passive open space. You can see here that the majority of people believe that this was very positive and very similar response rate between on and off. Covered seating area, there was some positive responses and neutral responses, and that difference was a bit more marked in terms of people who liked or disliked this feature if they lived on the park or versus off the park. One thing I do want to mention is that if you look at the answers, did you like this feature? Obviously people are in favor. If you're neutral, you probably don't have any opinion. If you dislike it, I would say that you probably don't want to have that feature in the vicinity.
So, Ms. Elias, I am going to cut you off at this point. I gave you an extra 2.5 minutes. Are there any comments or questions for our delegate? And I'll remind all members of council that this is something that has been sent to all of us, and it's in our mailbox right now. Councillor Gartner.
Thank you. So at the end of the day, what was the survey trying to prove, or what did it prove? If you can just sum that up.
It proved that there was a difference between people who lived on the park versus off the park in terms of their preference on the features. To me, if you look at the data, it's fairly neutral, so it doesn't scream to me, if you look at the totality of the population that was surveyed, that there were big issues with what's being proposed in the park.
Thank you. And it seems from what you showed this slide before, although I don't know if it was for a particular feature, that there are more people in favor of what is being presented for the park than are opposed. It's a question.
It depends if you look at the total population, the membership of the 2016 and 17, or if you look at the breakdown between on and off the park. There are some differences in the response, but if you look at people who like the feature or people who are neutral, I don't see anything that screams at me that's really off. The only thing that's perhaps more significant is around the lights, the meditation circle. In terms of being negative, in terms of being positive, is the play structures.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Lyons, for coming out and appreciate the statistics. Would you say this is a statistically valid survey or a pretty good opinion?
The statistics can be done. The sample size is large enough to draw some conclusions that are effective.
Thank you.
But I didn't do the statistical analysis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and apologies I'm late. I'm not feeling that great tonight, but I did get this in email earlier, so thank you very much. Mayor Daw answered my question in terms of, does it present an accurate picture of, do you feel like, I'm just sort of, in terms of the membership this year is a lot lower than years before. So you reached out, just to clarify, you reached out to all previous members, 2016-17?
That's correct, 348 of them.
And out of that, 78 responded.
Yes. Or 85, but 6 were disqualified, or 79 total.
Okay, okay. So there's still a whole bunch of people that may not have had a chance to do the survey, so we may not know 100, the majority.
That is correct, but technically speaking, if you get a 10% response rate to a survey, it's considered to be good enough. We had 24.
Thank you.
Councillor Kim?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of my questions were already asked and responded to, but the other question I have is regarding the participation. From your in your mind, how do you explain the relatively low response rate? I think with the on-park residents, I think it was 40% or less than half anyway. Given the significance of this plan, how do you account for the lack of participation?
Ms. Elias, I know that you're being asked for an opinion right now, so if you don't feel comfortable, that's fine. Or if you do, please go ahead.
Sure. I mean, 24% is very high in terms of response rate. I think that what's surprising to me when I look at the data is that the number of respondents, the people who live on the park, was higher percentage-wise than those who don't live on the park. And that's understandable because it's affecting, their space. So they would be more interested in responding to the survey as opposed to those who don't live on the park. If we had equal representation in terms of the membership, I think the results would have been skewed the other way, which would have shown more of a representation of the people who live not on the park. So the responses would have been probably more in favor for the structure.
Thank you. Councillor Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for your delegation. Earlier on in the presentation, you talked a little bit about the numbers of members and stuff. So just if you could go back to that slide, you kind of whipped through it a bit fast, so I didn't quite understand it. So the survey was conducted based on, you invited people based on your numbers from last year? Is that what that slide was indicating? So you sent out the survey to people who may not be members anymore?
No, they were all members.
They were all members last year?
In 2016 and 2017.
But they haven't renewed maybe this year, or...
That's correct.
We don't know if they have. So there's some that could have responded that actually have sold their house and moved.
Those have been taken out of our list. We're very careful in terms of managing our list.
But it's possible. Or not. Maybe it's not.
Out of 348, I would say maybe 1 or 2, which would be insignificant as we manage our list.
Okay. Like I said, you whipped it kind of fast, so I just didn't see it. But the invite for the survey was done based on last year's membership numbers. Thank you.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Maracus?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Ms. Elias. Ms. Elias, thank you for coming and presenting to us this evening. I'm just curious. I'm not sure if you'll be best to respond to this question, or maybe Mr. Leclerc when he presents to us. But considering the numbers and the responses that we have in front of us tonight, if council so wishes to make some changes due to what they see, is the Ratepayers Association open to discussions for changes within the parkland design?
I'll leave that to Mr. Leclerc to answer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for delegating tonight.
You're very welcome.
Seeing no other members in the queue, I will look for a motion to receive and refer to the item. Mayor Daw, Councillor Gartner, thank you very much again for your time. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. On to Mr. Leclerc.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Hope everyone had a great Canada Day long weekend. My name is David Leclerc. I'm the president of the Highland Gate Ratepayers Association. By way of background, the HGRPA was formed in early 2015 to represent the interests of all homeowners in the Highland Gate community in the face of the proposed redevelopment of the former Highland Gate Golf Course. I want to stress the word all. We've sought to give voice to the whole community and not give primacy or priority to the particular interests of any one individual or small group of homeowners. Last fall, the HDRPA entered into minutes of settlement with Highland Gate Developments, Inc. in the town of Aurora. The membership had mandated its board to negotiate on their behalf and subsequently ratified the minutes of settlement. We started the process with no money, a less than cordial relationship with the developer, to say the least, and an uncertain position on the part of the town. We finished with a material reduction in the number of homes, primary and secondary trail systems that connect Bathurst to Yonge Street, extensive parkland that will be developed for the entire community, maintenance of existing bylaws with respect to front, side, and rear yard setbacks and lot coverage, extensive buffering between the existing homes and the development, individual landscaping plans for each existing homeowner supported by a planner at the developer's cost, and perhaps most importantly, a reversal in the relationship with the developer. Homeowners entrusted us with about $200,000 of their money, which we used to retain legal and planning experts to support us. And if the board was to be paid for their time in these past 2 years, it would be well in excess of $1 million. At the conclusion of the minutes of settlement ratifying vote, it was very satisfying to see Mr. Bob Callow stand and effusively compliment the results we'd achieved as a board on behalf of the entire membership. To praise indeed from a very senior and very experienced member of our community. I thought that short summary was perhaps an important backdrop to my message this evening. Recent delegations to council have encouraged reopening the minutes of settlement, unilaterally amending them, or circumventing their spirit with a very interesting theory about basic contract law that would see them de facto amended on the authority of the Parks and Recreations Director. This is all in regard to the proposed amenities of the park formed by the former 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th fairways being amended to, and I'm loosely quoting from a delegation 2 weeks ago, to satisfy the needs of the homeowners backing onto the new park. So it becomes important for council to understand the position of the Ratepayers Association as it relates to reopening the minutes of settlement and to the park amenities. The minutes of settlement are a multi-party binding agreement that require the consent of all parties to renegotiate any of its provisions. The HDRPA does not support the reopening of the minutes of settlement at this time. The minutes of settlement contain a provision that all parties act reasonably and cooperate with each other in order to implement the minutes of settlement. To suggest that, quote, to the satisfaction of the director, unquote, contained in many of the minutes of settlement provisions be used to circumvent the spirit or intent of the minutes of settlement in contravention of the reasonableness and cooperation required of the parties shows a distinct lack of understanding of basic contract law. This past spring, the HGRPA formed a committee to determine the membership's will with respect to the form and function of the new park. We invited community participation, and in particular invited Bob Callow and Joanne to join us as community members to help shape the amenities of the park. Regrettably, they were unable to serve. A well-constructed and professional survey of the membership conducted by the HGRPA Parks and Trails Committee, chaired by Martine Elias and Susan Walmer, shows the membership is supportive of the proposed park amenities. Since the minutes of settlement was published some 6 months ago, I have received exactly 2 communications from members that oppose the proposed amenities. Thus, the Ratepayers Association supports the proposed amenities as proposed by the developer. On a personal note, I'd like to be very clear. Is that a minute?
Yeah, you've got 1 minute.
Thank you. On a personal note, let's be very clear. Delegations to eliminate lighting, the mediation circle, and a children's play area in order to create an entirely passive expanse of flora seems to be about making the park unattractive to Aurora and beyond its borders, about granting primacy to the needs of the few and subordinating the needs of the many who contributed their time and money to the efforts of the Ratepayers Association and deserve and are entitled to benefit from this park. It's not about frogs and ponds and security and noise and light. Plain and simple, you're being asked to consider exclusivity when we as a community should be focused on including everyone. That is not to say that the needs of the homeowners backing onto the park should not be carefully considered in arriving at the final form of the park. On the contrary, they have an important stake in the park along with everybody else in the community. So with abject apologies for that cheesy Star Trek reference, that concludes my remarks, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Leclerc, for coming and delegating tonight. You mentioned that the Highland Gate Ratepayers Association is not in favor of amending the minutes of settlement. And my question is then, you set up a committee to look over the amenities of the park. Mm-hmm. So if I may ask, what did they look at if the minutes were not going to be amended? Were they looking at what color the light posts would be? Or, I mean, like what items were they looking at that were substantive? Because if you weren't intending on amending the minutes of settlement, there really wasn't much other than kind of periphery stuff, unless I'm wrong, so please explain.
Well, I mean, first of all, the survey was conducted in April, so it was important for us to understand the will of our membership.
Right.
If there was an overwhelming negative response to certain items that were contractually obligated in the minutes of settlement, and not all of the amenities are.
Right.
You know, the lighting is, the trail is, the play structure is, and I think the shelter for the play structure, those are.
Right.
The mediation circle, the exercise station, they're not.
Okay.
So we wanted to understand, we thought it was valuable to understand the will of our membership and take direction from that. So the position today, as it's developed today in July, as opposed to April, is a result of that. And as I said to you in my remarks, I have received exactly 2 communications, and I had on an outbound call today, so 3 people that have either reached me or I have reached that have opposed, members that have opposed the amenities.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, I think most members of council will say they've probably gotten a bit more than 2 emails, but sometimes, you know, we get a lot of emails. So, but the last
we have not.
Okay, and that's fine. The last question I have is that the Trails and Active Transportation Committee of the Town of Aurora reviewed the proposed plan and amenities for the park, and I believe that was in April as well. I think it was even before the survey that took place. And the Trails and Active Transportation Committee, I believe they were not in favor of a lighted spine trail. Were you aware of that when you were conducting your consultations with your membership?
I was not. My conversations with respect to you've put me in a bit of a difficult position.
I'm just asking.
No. I made we're restricted from discussing what went on at mediation. We can only discuss the results. So.
No problem. I just didn't know. It's in our report today, so I just didn't know if you were aware that the Trails Committee looked at this and they voted, I believe, not in favor for the lighted spine trail. But that was it. You answered my question. I don't want to get anyone in
Thank you.
any issues here. So, Mr. Chair, that's the end of my questioning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, Mr. Leclerc, I appreciate you coming out tonight. It's refreshing to know and be crystal clear on the Ratepayers Association's position with regards to the minutes of settlement, and I'm sure it'll be helpful for tonight's discussion. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Humphreys.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair, and again, thank you for coming out tonight and being clear with the Ratepayers Association. It means a lot to me as well, and all the hard work yourself and everyone put in together, all the ratepayers. It was huge, and you know, you undertook a lot of work, and thank you for that. The comment that Councillor Tom made earlier about the trails transportation. Yeah, they did vote not in favor of the lighted trails, and really the only reason they did that was that we don't have any lighted trails anywhere else in town, and it didn't look like that was from an active
Councillor,
trails.
do you have any questions for the delegate?
Yeah, I just wanted to explain why we voted that way. We'll talk about it later. Thanks.
I'm sorry. I understand.
You just cut me off.
I understand differently from the director in that regard.
Thank you.
Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Clare, as well on my behalf for delegating. My question would be: you mentioned that only a couple of members who abut the park communicated to you regarding their opinions. Can you share about any members who do not abut the park who may have communicated to you knowing that there is a differing of opinions based on the minutes of settlement?
No, I mean the communications with the membership of really since the minutes of settlement or since the vote was ratified are more about individual problems, landscape plans. There was some flooding on Cranberry recently. The developer took action on that. We're looking at the construction plan, things of that nature. So no, there has not been a lot of, I haven't had a lot of personal interaction, and we haven't received much in the way of email traffic in that regard.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other comments or questions, I'll seek a motion to receive and refer. Councillor Thompson, Councillor Marakis. Any others? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. I will invite up Mr. Bryan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bryan? And I'll remind you, 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Good evening. I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. My name is Mike Bryan. I live at 128 Cranberry Lane. I'm a paid-up member of the Highland Gate Ratepayers Association, and my home backs onto the proposed park in view of one of the ponds. I have a vested interest in the details of the proposed park and support the stated goal that the lands are to remain as much as possible in their natural state. At the last General Committee meeting, there didn't seem to be much argument with that or the term natural and passive park, used often at that meeting. With that in mind, I will address the details of the park amenities and the ponds. The 137 pages of the minutes of settlement reflect a huge amount of time and energy put in by the town, the owner, and the Ratepayers Association to establish a detailed development plan. I have great respect for the work that my association did in trying to protect the interests of Highland Gate residents. However, I must single out the issue of park amenities that was, until recently, buried in the detail and perhaps of little concern to anyone not directly affected. Let me suggest how amenities might have slipped into the MOS. During negotiations between the three parties, the issue of the environmentally protected lands came up. I would find it hard to believe that the association or the developer proposed detailed amenities at this early stage. So I conclude it was the town, using the opportunity to get certain amenities into the MOS, perhaps to suit its own agenda, or perhaps because it was better to get them in now, knowing it would be easier to take them out, but harder to add them later. The amenities referred to in the MOS are inclusive and accessible playground amenities, a shade structure in close proximity to the playground area, and lighting for the entire length of the town-wide spine trail to the satisfaction of the Director of Parks and Recreation Services. And it also states illumination of other trails will be determined based on site-specific environmental considerations and proximity of the trail to residential properties. However, the MOS also states that in the environmentally protected lands, no buildings or structures shall be erected in this zone, whether or not ancillary to the uses permitted. That would seem to rule out lighting structures, a playground, and a shade structure. Since the MOS was published, there has been mention of exercise areas and a meditation circle, suggesting that the actual amenities in this park were open to discussion, since the exercise areas and meditation circle are not mentioned in the MOS. In fact, our association carried out a survey asking all current and lapsed members for their ideas and views on amenities. No doubt this was done in good faith, but I don't agree with the association polling and including results from its lapsed members. Not only does this invalidate the results of the survey, but it also means that the people who have no vested interest in the park details may not have given a lot of thought to their answers. On the other hand, a survey carried out on the 78 residents whose homes back onto the park produced a clear majority of 75% in favour of no amenities or lighting. Having lived in my home for 26 years, I have a good understanding of who uses this space. Remember that although it was a golf course, it was used by the public before about 8 a.m. and after 6 p.m. every day during the golf season and during all daylight hours in the winter. To be clear, we have absolutely no problem with increased use of the park by walkers, joggers, and hikers during daylight hours. The issue is that we don't want amenities that prompt them to gather in one spot where they might make noise, drop litter, and spoil the view of a supposedly passive natural park. With regard to the lighting, the question is simply why? As a space that has been used by walkers and joggers for decades, and as a future park, it is not a space that people have ever or will ever cross to get from A to B, unlike a town park where the bus stops on one side and you need to cross it to get home. There is no justification to create light pollution and expense or to encourage the use of space behind our homes at night. While we welcome the potential increased use of the park by all law-abiding people, the reality will be that it's those with homes backing onto the park and those within walking distance who will make most use of it. We wonder what evidence there is to suggest that the amenities would ever be used at a level that justifies the expense and the antagonizing of residents who will already be under assault at the front of their homes from the increased density and traffic. Now the ponds. It was clear from the Lake Simcoe Authority's official at the last General Committee meeting that its mandate is simply to take ponds 30 seconds? That its mandate was simply to take ponds offline when the opportunity arises. There is a risk that we could get bogged down in the online-offline issue, but that isn't what matters to residents and park users. Ponds are often included in park designs because they are visually attractive features that add value in terms of their own vegetation and the wildlife they support. The official displayed no interest in whether taking the ponds offline would cause them to become bogs or dry up completely in summer. While his disinterest was unfortunate but understandable, a similar attitude from the town of Aurora would not be. All I ask is that the town investigate and implement ways to keep the ponds full of water, as per the MOS statement, existing ponds to be restored, presumably after taking them offline. Much of the Arboretum, just steps from here, is a wonderful, last sentence, is a wonderful example of a natural park. The trail through the natural areas has no lighting, the offline ponds are full and abounding with wildlife. Look no further than the Arboretum for the kind of landscape that would bring joy to residents of Highland Gate and visitors alike.
I think that was 2 sentences.
I'm sorry, I'll take that back.
Mr. Bryan, thank you very much for your delegation. Any comments or questions for the delegate? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to receive and refer to the item. Councillor Maracas, Councillor Thompson. Seeing no other comments or questions, all those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much, sir. Cheryl Shindrick, please. Next up.
Chair Peary, Mayor Daw, and members of council, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you again this evening. I want to speak to you about item R2 on the parkland design and simply say that we're here this evening to support the staff report on this matter that was carried forward from June the 20th. You do have correspondence from us dated June the 28th regarding deputations that were made on the 20th, specifically regarding the installation of lighting. And I wanted just to take a moment to highlight that it is Highland Gate Developments, Inc. intention to meet its commitments to the town and to the Ratepayers Association that are set out in the minutes of settlement. The minutes do expressly call for lighting along the Spine Trail. It would be our view that the minutes do provide staff with some discretion in terms of how the lighting is implemented, the extent of it, where it's located, the style of the lighting, etc. But the minutes are quite clear on requiring lighting along that particular trail. And it is certainly it would be our concern to open up the minutes that were the product of a long and tedious, may I say, negotiation process. I'd like to also just say a brief word, if I may, on item R3, which is the staff report that deals with the construction mitigation measures, and thank staff for bringing that report forward in a timely manner. We agree with its contents, and our entire team looks forward to working with town staff on implementing those measures. That concludes my delegation.
Thank you very much. Councillor Maracas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to Cheryl. Cheryl, thank you once again for coming and delegating before council. Has there been any changes to the park design since the minutes of settlement have been approved?
Not that I'm aware of.
So the design that we have, through you, Mr. Chair, so the design we have before us tonight has already been approved by the minutes of settlement?
I think I would say yes, but I would defer to Mr. Downey, who is charged with bringing forward the park design that was the product of the consultation that was held back in April.
Thank you. And just one more question through you, Mr. Chair. If council wishes to make any changes, would Highland Gate Development Inc. be open to discussing any changes that this council would wish?
We'll always be open to discussing modifications that are within the scope of the minutes of settlement. I think you've heard from others that there is a concern about opening up those minutes, but I think there's some latitude in them. Clearly, staff were given the authority to finalize the details of the plan.
Thank you. Just as a follow-up, through Mr. Chair, so no major changes?
I guess it would be fair to say that.
Thank you.
Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you very much, Chair, for coming this evening. I just have a question in terms of just the lighting piece. Do you know where that came from? I'm sorry, don't have much information as to why that became an objective, but to have lit paths, was that an input from staff or just in general, or just a question I have? Do you know? Or if you don't worry about if you can answer that.
I don't think I really know. It ended up in the minutes, and we certainly didn't object to it, so.
Want to adhere to the minutes, right? Yeah, it's a curious thing for me because I'm hearing such opposition to it, but where it came from.
Right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Ms. Shinrick. So hypothetically speaking, should all the stakeholders agree, or the other two stakeholders agree to reopen the MOS to make a couple of amendments, what's the biggest challenge for HCDI in reopening it?
Ms. Shindrick, I recognize that hypotheticals are always tough to answer, so if you choose not to, I would understand. I would have a difficult time responding to that type of question.
Mr. Chairman, through you to Councillor Kim, it's a very difficult question to answer, and I am not comfortable positing on a hypothetical.
Sure, I understand. I like hypothetical questions. Okay, I think that's it.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Ms. Shindrick, for being here this evening. I'm going to actually ask you something with regards to the construction mitigation measures, the R3 report. In the report, it talks about a community call line whereby if residents have concerns, they will call that number and reach one of the engineering consultants or those on site to raise their concerns. Would it be possible to not only track those calls, but provide members of town staff with a follow-up with regards to those calls and those issues as an ongoing measure as part of your weekly or monthly reports?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Thompson, thank you for the question. We are in fact doing that. We've had 11 calls to the call line to date, and we have provided a summary of those calls, a log of those calls, and the disposition of the nature of the call and how the matter was dealt with. So we are providing your staff with regular updates.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is more of just a quick comment on lighting. We have two parks that I know of with lit trails. One is Summit and one is Copeland. And I only recall seeing one communication that was from a resident who lives on Summit Park and was quite glad that that lighting went in. It's low sodium, it's not invasive, but his family really liked the lighting. So it's just as perhaps a counterpoint to some of the concerns in terms of lighting.
Please in future keep any of those counterpoints when we actually debate the item, but as we're delegating right now, I think questions to the delegate would be greatly appreciated. Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make one quick point that I know there were some concerns in the previous meeting about follow-up by Dranium and two residents during the development phase, and I did have a resident call me regarding, they were on Timberline and they had some flooding issues, and I was happy to hear that Dranium responded back same day on a Saturday to respond to the residents. I was very pleased to hear that, so I just want to thank you for the quick response back to residents.
Councillor Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the delegation. You had mentioned that there are different ways of lighting that would be at the discretion or open to interpretation, for lack of a better word. So we have the big street lamps, which are very bold lighting, LED, which is extremely bright, all the way down to, I guess, patio lanterns or what I stake around our paths, which are solar heated, but they're very low impact and low. So that's the whole gambit of lighting. One would have a huge impact, could be seen from hundreds of yards, and the other you would probably have to stumble upon. Is this sort of the scope in what you were meaning when there is at some discretion at what that lighting might look like?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Abel. Exactly. I think there is a lot of scope there to look closely with your staff in terms of the appropriate type of lighting for the situation, also in light of the concerns that have been expressed.
Thank you very much.
Seeing no one else in the queue, I will look for a motion to receive and refer. Councillor Tom, Councillor Kim, all those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much. That carries. Next up on the list is Mr. Bailey. Mr. Bailey? Seeing none. Oh, perfect. Yeah, it is outside my peripheral. Again, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of this committee, and members of the public. My name is Gavin Bailey. I'm with Foten Consultants, Inc., and we represent southbound...
Sorry, could you bring the microphone up a little bit?
Sorry, my apologies. I'll start again quickly. My name is Gavin Bailey with Foten Consultants, Inc. We represent Southbound Developments and the Aurora United Church. I am here today with Bob Murphy of Robert Murphy Architects and Mr. Brian North of the Aurora United Church, and he may speak after I've quickly gone through my presentation tonight. So I'm here today seeking support from this committee to support the official plan amendment and support staff's recommendation to approve this official plan amendment. So quickly, I'd just like to go through the development applications that we have before us, and we do have the official plan amendment, we have the zoning bylaw amendment, which has been recommended by staff to be withheld subject to site plan approval and endorsement of the site plan approval with this committee. So we do have to go through a detailed site plan control process, which we are looking forward to moving forward with. And also there will be a consent to sever, which is essentially more of a, which is an application really for the lease of the lands to deal with that matter. And I'd just like to quickly take you to the site context of the original application, and I don't want to revisit, we all know where the site is, we know what's existing on the site, but where we came from. And if you look at the slide in front of you, we do have, initially we provided a 2-story church, 14.7 meters squared, a 9-story, 159-unit retirement residence, 133 parking spaces, improved pedestrian realm along Yonge Street, and enhanced streetscaping along Tyler and Temperance Streets. Quickly, application milestones. We did submit in December of 2016, and we are now here July the 4th, 2017. So we have gone through an extensive development process with town staff. We have been before this committee a number of times. We're here again now, and we have gone through extensive public consultation. So quickly, going through the revised changes to these plans, and these are important because in May the 8th, we did start with a reduction of the retirement building from 9 stories to 7 stories and a reduction of unit yield from 159 units to 152 units. We also have addition of removal of the existing Yonge Street driveway access and surface parking spaces. On May the 24th, which was the second public meeting, an informal public meeting, we're not required by the Planning Act, but we did this in good faith with the community. And so we had further changes to where the terrace of the building and step backs on the 5th, 6th, and 7th levels along Temperance Streets were dealt with. We had changes in the materialities of the building itself, and further reduction of the floor plate at the 5th level, plus removal of projecting balconies and at the 5th and 6th level along Temperance Streets. Now, it is important to note that the direction from this committee was to go back to the residents after May the 24th to continue working with the residents. We did reach out to the residents on May the 25th. We did offer revisions to the plan. Unfortunately, we could not come to an appropriate agreement onto what was agreeable to the residents and what we needed to do. Now, keep in mind, we are working within the timelines of the city staff and working towards moving forward with the application. So having said that, on June the 2nd, and this was the last day that we had to submit our revised plans to the committee. So what had happened is that the third submission really became a housekeeping amendment. So on the revised plan itself, what we have is a a reduction in stories from 9 to 7 stories, 21.52 meters, a reduction in units from 159 to 152 units. Internal modifications to the building, terrace stepbacks at the 5th, 6th, and 7th stories along Temperance and Tyler Street, and also material building changes. This image here, now you do have a package in front of you that was submitted before the committee began this evening that shows you these elevations, but this quickly shows you the built form and massing in the existing community. We have the view of Mosley Street looking westward, view of Yonge Street southwest, view of Temperance Street looking southeast, view of Temperance Street looking northeast, view of Tyler Street to Yonge Street. If I may have one more minute, I'm almost done. Thank you.
How much?
One more minute.
I'll give you 30 seconds.
All right, deal. View from Yonge Street looking north. This is good negotiations, right? And the angular plane, I would like to quickly mention this, that we do meet the official plan policy, and we are satisfied along with town planning staff that we have met that policy, and I urge you to read page 10 of the staff report that conforms to that. If you look at the setbacks, I won't pay much attention to this, but we are relatively consistent with the existing setbacks of those buildings. We have addressed key issues that have been raised by the Residents Association, and these are studies that have been supported. And I will say, just lastly, that is my submission to this honorable committee this evening, that what we are proposing is appropriate development for the site. It does provide a positive community benefit, and it does represent good planning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bailey. Councillor Gartner.
Thank you. Could you, so I have the 3 plans in front of me. Could you tell me what's changed between the second plan and what you've presented tonight? I don't mean the interior changes, I mean the exterior changes.
I understand. Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor. Unfortunately, not much has changed from the plans that were presented on May the 24th to what you're seeing today. And if I just may go back to my presentation, the plans that we did submit on June the 2nd as our formal submission, really, it was a housekeeping amendment. And through that housekeeping, so not an amendment, sorry, a housekeeping submission, my apologies. And through that, we had a combined total GFA of the entire site of 12,067 meters squared, which was actually a net reduction of 178 meters squared. So we had reduced the building, the massing, slightly. The plans had been included to include all appropriate setbacks to make sure that we were consistent with the OPA and zoning bylaw documents that we were submitting. And we really focused on the angular plane and accommodating that angular plane as per the official plan policy. We did add 1 additional parking space to a total of 193 parking spaces. So we are proposing 2 underground levels of parking as well. So to answer your question specifically, Councillor, there weren't much changes from what was provided on May the 24th.
Thank you. And you were, excuse me, when you're mentioning the angular plane and the reduction in massing of, how much did you say?
There's a net reduction of 2,178 meters squared.
And that was done in this 3rd submission that I have?
That's correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you for being here this evening. Just to clarify in terms of the height, while the plans in front of us say a 7-story retirement home, is it 6 stories from Yonge and 7 stories off of Temperance?
It would be 5 stories.
5 stories?
Sorry, let me just refer to my plan. Sorry.
It's a big question, so I want to be sure.
Sorry. Yes, it's 6 and 7 stories.
So 6 stories from Yonge Street and 7 stories
That's
from
correct,
Temperance.
yes. Sorry.
That's it?
That's it.
Councillor Abram?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for delegating, Mr. Bailey. You had said that, excuse me, from the last meeting on May 24th, direction that was given was to collaborate and meet with the residents. You said you reached out on May 25th. Did I hear that right? And then you said at that time you could not find a time or something?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So yes, we did reach out immediately on May the 25th to the Residents Association. We submitted revised plans on May the 29th. those revised plans were rejected by the residents, and we were advised at that time that a meeting with the residents had to be postponed. So through that time, there's been numerous emails back and forth requesting certain revisions to the plans and what's agreeable and what isn't agreeable. So unfortunately, we could not come to an agreement on what changes were appropriate and when we could meet. And again, we were working within the timelines of city staff to get the report back to this meeting tonight.
I'm just reviewing some emails that were sent to
Sure.
us, and we were copied where they were asking to meet with you. So there was an ask for you to meet with them, and you were unable to do so. You said you were basically just coming to council.
I would respectfully disagree with that. We were trying to meet with the councillors, but keep in mind that it takes time to provide revisions to the plans. It takes time to look at the mechanics of the building, to look at the mechanics of the services being provided. So it's not something that we can. It took us, say, 4 days. It was about 4 days to come up with revised plans. Those plans were not agreeable, and so we have to go back to the drawing board. It takes another 4 days or so. So it's not something that you can just turn around immediately. These things do take time. We have a dedicated project team dealing with the changes. Unfortunately, we could not come to an agreement on what those changes were.
I don't want to read the email, but that's not what I'm reading in the email June 7th that you responded. So
Okay.
I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
Councillor Gartner?
Thank you. Could you, just so I can put the reduction in size in perspective, what is the size of the development?
The overall gross floor area of the development?
Well, you gave me the reduction in meters squared,
Yes. So
so I'm trying to compare it to the
my
overall
apologies.
size.
The overall size that we are providing or proposing is a total combined GFA of 12,067 meters squared.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your delegation this evening. My question is with respect to bonusing. Has staff had any discussions with you, or have you had discussions with staff with respect to the bonusing over and above the 5 stories of the promenade?
I'm going to leave that question to Mr. Murphy, actually. I'm not aware of any discussions. No.
There has not been any formal discussion.
Seeing no other comments or questions, I'll seek a motion to receive and refer. Mayor Daw, Councillor Maracus, all those in favor, any contrary minded, that carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Bartholomew.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of council, town staff. My name is Joanne Bartholomew. My husband and I are original homeowners at 109 Timberline Trail. Our home backs onto the new park. I'm speaking on behalf of 75% of the people who also live in homes abutting this new park. These are the people who will be directly impacted by your decisions. These families are opposed not to the trails, but to having the trails lit overnight year-round. They want to be treated no differently than the homeowners who reside on Whispering Pine, Aurora Heights, Orchard Heights, or Holland View, all of whom live in homes bordering lovely town trails, none of which are lit. We ask you to follow the recommendations of the town's own Trails Committee, an experienced group chaired by Councillors Maracus and Humphreys. On April 21st, I delegated to this committee. They unanimously concluded that the spine trail running from Yonge to Bathurst behind our homes should not be lit. They unanimously recommended that the town's own master trails plan, section 5.6, be respected and followed. In terms of the survey undertaken by the HGRPA, please note that it was sent not just to their current members, but to their former members as well. It was not, however, sent to all of the homeowners who live on the park. The more people you ask to choose from a list of appealing items that cost them nothing, the more they will choose. Ask them to pay for it, however, and suddenly the appeal dims. The people who are going to have to pay for the lighting are the homeowners who will live right beside the trails that are lit. And of course, I'm not talking about paying with money, because as taxpayers, we'll all end up paying for the lit trails with years of hydro, staffing costs, ongoing maintenance, vandalism repairs, light bulbs, whatever. The homeowners affected by the lights will pay in terms of loss of privacy, worry about strangers walking behind our houses in the middle of the night, and teenagers being teenagers. The original conceptual design included lighted tennis courts to be placed behind the homes on golf links, George and Doty. Those homeowners and the HGRPA loudly objected. The tennis courts have been removed from the design. So why is this situation any different? Is it because most of the homeowners who border the new park are no longer members of the HGRPA or never were? As for the survey, I'd like to paraphrase the nature of the questions that were asked. Excuse me. Which would you prefer most, lighted trails or exercise stations? Well, actually, I don't want either, but the survey did not allow that answer. There was no way to any of the questions to simply say, no, opposed, don't want. As everyone knows who have taken surveys, they can be structured to say whatever you want them to say, even unintentionally. So I can picture the good people sitting down to take the survey, myself included, with this thought process in mind. Do you want lighted trails? Sure, but they're not going behind my house. Do you want exercise stations? Sure, I might choose them. I won't have to look at them year-round outside of my family room windows or while I'm sitting on my deck. Do you want a playground? Sure. I can get there quicker than I can get to the fully equipped community park at Regency Acres. And besides, the equipment's not going behind my house. Our ad hoc committee has been very clear. We stated our position right up front in flyers, and we asked homeowners if they agreed with no lighting, no exercise stations, no roof structures, no added activity equipment, and yes, save the ponds. In full support, over 100 people submitted their names and addresses to you. All verifiable, all unambiguous. This is Aurora's last opportunity to turn what is left of a historic golf course into a special green gem. 30 seconds. A naturalized passive park characterized by trails winding through open spaces around ponds, something there for everyone from everywhere to enjoy all day long. The alternative recommendation stipulated in the town staff report on page 5 of 21 allows you to do what we are asking, and I quote, "Council could recommend amendments to the minutes of settlement and approve a revised conceptual design." Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartholomew. Seeing no speakers, I'll look for a motion to receive and refer. Councillor Humphreys, Councillor Tom, all those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much.
Nope.
No questions. And last but not least, Mr. Callow. 5 minutes, just like everyone else.
Your Worship, members of council, I haven't heard my name brought up in a public meeting so much since I ran for election, and I feel really flattered. My name is Bob Callow, and I represent an ad hoc association of homeowners whose homes and properties abut the valley of the old golf course 6, 7, 8, and 9. And as such, we are stakeholders who have a direct interest in how this treasure is preserved. We have a historic opportunity with a piece of land that is irreplaceable. to create a passive park that will educate and delight our children and grandchildren for generations. You have heard tonight that the Ratepayers Association does not want to modify the agreement and take out the streetlights. It is important to note that the Ratepayers Association does not represent the people whose homes abut the valley, nor do they represent the views of the packed public meeting that was overwhelmingly against streetlights, nor do they represent those who want a passive park devoid of streetlights. Members of council, it is you who are representing us. As you can see from our letter to the town, the 75% of the Valley Group have given their names and addresses to assure council that they're real. It's not anonymous. They stand in front of it. You will hear about the anonymous survey by the RPA, as you've heard tonight. This survey, in our view, was flawed and sent out to many people other than the RPA membership. For the first week, people could answer the survey as many times as they wanted. In other words, a voter could vote 10 times or 50 times. Handy in an election. We are aware of people who voted numerous times, and we brought this to the attention of the RPA, encouraging them to reissue the survey. They chose not to, but they had a fix put in after the first week. The survey gave a laundry list of free items that could be checked off. Human nature would be that people would choose as much free stuff as they can. More is better than less, irrespective of the damage to the passive park concept. For example, covered structures sound good, and people could check it off. But if they're occupied late at night by people on drugs or alcohol, would you want to have one behind your house? And you only have to look at the tunnels under the street to find that out. The survey did not give you an option to say you were against an amenity. Rather, they were asked to rate options on a scale which implied they wanted an option, but just not as much as others. Imagine what it would be, what that survey would, like the monkey survey, if the over 100 people that we sent copies to you of and who have expressed their opinion was put on that survey opposite the 78 people that responded to that survey. What kind of results would you have seen in that chart? I think it would be a different result than you were presented with tonight. We believe that the survey was flawed and cannot and should not be relied upon. Rather, we believe that council should put weight on the following. First, the open meeting set up by council, which played to a packed house, where concerned citizens identified themselves to speak and had a right to say what they wanted. Overwhelmingly, they were against the streetlights going into the valley. Second, the survey done of the valley where 75% of the homeowners wanted a natural, unencumbered park with no lighting or covered structures or activity or apparatus. These people, as I've said, have identified themselves, and these lists have been presented to the town. Third, the town's own Master Trails Plan, Section 5.6, which for many reasons, including public safety, does not recommend lighted paths. Fourth, the town's Trails Committee on April 21st voted unanimously to not support lighting the Spine Trail. Fifth, notwithstanding the foregoing, the maintenance and costs of running a streetlight system in the valley in the long run will be very expensive. We urge you to modify the agreement. However, if the town feels that that can't be done or you can't modify it, we ask you to be creative and use such things as installing some infrastructure for potential future use. The agreement clearly states numerous times that everything has to be done to the town's satisfaction, and I think that Goodwill should be able to provide some creativity to avoid these streetlights. We urge you to support a passive park devoid of lights, covered structures, and one with a pond for wildlife, just as we've had for the last 40 years. Let's be perfectly clear here. This is not about us. It's about preserving an irreplaceable jewel for future generations. So I thank you for your attention tonight. I thank you, Dave, for mentioning my name.
Mr. Callow, I thank you for staying on time. Are there any other?
Surprise, surprise.
Councilor Marakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Callow. Mr. Callow, thank you very much for coming out tonight and delegating. Your ad hoc committee that you mentioned, if there was just one item out of all the items that you would specifically like to see, and if only one item could be removed, which item would it be?
that item would be the streetlights. It doesn't seem compatible. It looks commercial, and it makes a passive park look cheap. And frankly, it looks commercialized. And when you've got something like we've got, and if you've traveled as I have all over the world, and you see the different communities in different places, it's, you know, you now realize what we have. And I don't think, you know, I just think we have such a great opportunity, and that one thing will really change the texture and the tapestry of what we want in a passive park.
Thank you very much.
And by the way, Councillor Humphreys, just as I could not find out who was the champion and the advocate of streetlights anywhere, so I don't know where that came from.
Seeing no one else in the queue, I'll look for a motion to receive and refer. Mayor Daw, Councillor Kim. All those in favor? Any contrary minded? That carries. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
So we are now on to the consent agenda. Would anybody like to speak to any individual issues on the consent agenda? Mayor Daw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a quick question through you to the clerk. Item C4 through C11, which are committee minutes. Some of them go back to April. Just a quick comment from the clerk as to why we're looking at some of these so late and what's the plan moving forward. Thank you.
Through you, Councillor Perry. Yes, Mayor Dodd. Unfortunately, we did have a backlog of minutes, and it was our goal to get caught up for summer recess, or for what is summer recess. And so it did take us a while, but we did get caught up mostly up until the beginning of June. But yes, there's a bit more minutes than I'd prefer to see on the agenda, and we're going to hopefully do a better job of spacing that out going forward.
I'll move.
Seeing nothing else, Mayor Daw will move the consent. Councillor Tom will second. All those in favor of the consent agenda? Any contrary minded? That carries. Just so that the members of the public in attendance are aware, we are going to start out with the United Church. We'll then move on to the park design, followed by Councillor Marakis's and the response from Councillor Marakis and Councillor Gartner's motion. And I think Councillor Marakis is going to actually move that we move R4 in front of R1. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to maybe make a recommendation to you. Considering 9 o'clock is when we take our health break, maybe it might be best if we take it now before we start getting into any deliberations, because then to start and then cut off at 9 o'clock I think might be somewhat problematic, so it might be better if we do it now.
I appreciate the recommendation, but our procedural bylaw does say we'll start at 9, and that's when we'll start. So we'll start with item R1. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the staff recommendation? Moved by Councillor Humphreys, seconded by Councillor Thompson. I don't see anyone looking to speak to it. All those in favor? Councillor Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Mr. Amuno. Mr. Amuno, could you outline at what stage moving forward there will be a discussion, if this is passed tonight, on what we call bonusing for height or bonusing for community benefit? I asked the delegate, they had mentioned that they hadn't spoken to you about it, so I just wanted to know if you could maybe outline if that process will take place after a vote on this item tonight.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. I didn't speak to Mr. Bailey or Mr. Murphy, but I did mention it to Mr. North and the representatives from Succession Planning. And it's something I can certainly continue to have a discussion with the applicant. The report before council this evening is to approve the official plan and zoning bylaw, but my recommendation is that the final zoning bylaw not be drafted and presented to council for enactment until we finalize the site plan application, and they haven't yet submitted that, so there is still time to enter into those discussions with the applicant. So I can certainly do that if council wishes.
Thank you, Mr. Amuno, and I appreciate that response. My next question is with respect to the height of the building. So in the report, it talks about, and the delegate mentioned this evening, that the building height will be 5 stories plus 1 on Yonge, and then so 6 on Yonge and 7 on Temperance. But with respect to the zoning bylaw that's before us, it talks about a 7-story. But how is height measured? So is height, you mentioned at previous meetings that height is typically measured as an average. Obviously, there's a grade change in this property. So can you go into detail as to where this will actually fall in that kind of 6 or 7-story scenario?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. So the applications before you are really applying for, 6 stories on Yonge, as you mentioned, 7 on Temperance. They are tiered back. How we apply a maximum height is we deal with an average grade. So we'll take, spot elevations around the property, typically, 4 or 6, and we'll do an average grade. I don't believe that has been done here at this point. What we know with the maximum height being proposed is 22.5 meters at its highest point. It's something we can certainly take a look at as well. I can report back to council when we actually get the final site plan in with respect to what the average grade would be. Again, my guess would be it would be it'd be less than 7 stories.
Thank you, Mr. Muno, for that response. And that's the end of my questioning at this time. I guess my question, you know what, I'm just going to collect my thoughts a little bit with respect to the height, and I'll come back to it at another point, unless there's no other speakers, but it looks like there are, so I'll yield back my time, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Humphreys, you? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question, and I'm in support of this motion this evening. Just did the development through Mr. Chair to Mr. Didn't we not get did the development not offer 9,000 square feet back to the town? I'm mistaken on that.
Mr. Romano?
Through you, Mr. Chair. As part of our original discussions with the applicant, their original plan did have some on-street or an access onto Yonge Street and surface parking. It was staff's recommendation that, in keeping with our official plan policies, eliminate that access on Yonge Street and eliminate that surface parking. So that's where they went an extra level underground, and they added that additional 8,000 square feet along Yonge Street as community space. They don't necessarily have a use for that yet, but it's part of their current building proposal.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Romano. Mr. Romano, with regards to the Highland Gate development, we've had some fair bit of conversation around construction mitigation measures. Would we see something similar with regards to this property when the time comes?
Through you, Mr. Chair, certainly we can have discussions with the applicant about putting together a construction mitigation plan to ensure that during the construction period, they make all attempts possible to, lessen the impact on the surrounding neighbors.
I think we would all agree that, we have a unique mix of commercial as well as residential around the area, and certainly we want to try and minimize as much as they can the disruption. My second question, through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Ramuno. Recently, the province has come out with revised growth plans and provincial policies around development and so forth. I know in your report you talk about that they are consistent, I assume, with the prior ones, but with the ones that have now come into effect, would you also consider them to be consistent?
Mr. Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, yes, the proposal, the applications are consistent with the amended provincial plans.
Thank you.
Seeing no one else in the queue, Councillor Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as I mentioned, this is obviously a very big issue for the town. The last public meeting we had was packed, much like tonight. And obviously we were looking forward to the, proponent to meet with the ratepayers again and work with the town to mitigate some of their concerns. I know there were some minor mitigation steps that were taken, although they did not meet with the ratepayers again after that last meeting. I know because I was invited to the meeting and it never materialized. Having said that, though, I think based on the minor changes that were made after the last meeting, And the fact that Mr. Ramuno has just indicated that we will be looking at, bonusing provisions and getting, even though it says 7 stories, it might be a bit closer to a 5+1, which is a bit more consistent with what's in our plans and what's been built already on Yonge. I'll be in favor of moving this forward tonight, but as I mentioned, I think it would have been a lot better if the proponent had followed through and met with the members of the Ratepayers Association. Again, I was invited by the ratepayers to attend that meeting, and it never materialized. There was ample time to do it, and it didn't happen. But again, there was some minor revisions made. I think that they've come a long way from their original application. And even though it's not ideal, I believe that if we can, have some further negotiations as we come up to site plan, as Mr. Ramuno said, the zoning bylaw won't actually come to council until then anyways. And I'm happy to support the United Church application in front of us this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, the Heritage Committee met on this prior to the May 24th, and their comments, if I may be reminded, the Heritage Advisory Committee was not in favor or had concerns about the impact on temperance.
Mr. Ramuno, are you able to comment?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. The application was in front of the Heritage Advisory Committee, as we've indicated on page 3 of the report, back on April 10th, and they dealt with the request to delist the properties and demolish the existing 5 structures on the property. They also commented on the proposed redevelopment plans. And they did make some comments with respect to ensuring, the one significant comment was that that development ensure that residential style architecture be incorporated into the design of the streetscape on both Temperance and Tyler Street. And that they would like to see the site plan application once formal submission was made, so they could take another look and provide additional comments from a design perspective. But they were generally in support of the redevelopment proposal.
And Mr. Ramuno, so those 5 homes we're talking about were residential, but in the Promenade study, they are zoned for commercial 2. Our new official plan has a new term for that. It's called PD1, which is more or less the same as a commercial 2. And the benefit to allowing those residentials to be rezoned to institutional is of a great advantage to the United Church moving forward with their development. And often when such rezoning is allowed, there is a benefit to the community. So I would like to know through you, Mr. Chair, if you could just let us know what the benefits are. Keeping in mind the comments that the massing is not benefiting the neighborhood on Temperance.
To clarify, you'd like Mr. Ramuno to identify the benefits of the development?
Yes. To the community.
Mr. Ramuno?
Certainly through you, Mr. Chair. Again, as I stated in my report, I support the applications. I mean, the official plan application is strictly for the increase in height above the 5 stories. Our current official plan and existing zoning bylaw permits the principle of development. We have a strategic prime piece of real estate within our downtown. So, in my opinion, it's a good plan, a high quality design. It meets the intent of the official plan and the vision for our promenade. It'll go a long way in revitalizing our downtown, introducing the place of worship back onto this site, as well as providing for the retirement home and housing for the aged, and also independent memory care, and it'll be a good addition to our downtown corridor.
And just before I go back to Councillor Abel, I just wanted to point out that Councillor Abel's first question, Mr. Ramuno did nod his head, but I just want to make sure everybody, I'm sure, can't see the head nod. The zonings are very similar to one another, so I just wanted to clarify that. Councillor Abel?
I assume the zoning, Councillor Perry, was the C2 designation, and the new official zoning bylaws that we have put it into a different term called a PD1, which is basically, as Councillor Perry has noted, much the same in commercial residential mix. And now we're going to an institutional, which is different. It steps outside of what commercial residential mix is. And so if we're going to work together on this, I mean, we do want this church to be built. We waited plenty long, and there is a part to this development that adds a sustainability model, and that's allowing an institutional rezoning to be approved, so that it not only benefits those that would look for residential senior accommodations, assisted and full care, but would also allow for a financial model that would sustain the church and all the benefits that they do. So that is key. But the benefits to the downtown, Mr. Brumuno, would be the economic value of adding a senior residential home into what we want to do and revitalize our downtown core. And you did comment that you feel that this would add to it. Although it never in any of our plans that we put in institutional would be part of a revitalization plan. It would be mostly commercial, but so it is your opinion that it fits in.
And just, Mr. Ramuno, not everybody can see the head nod.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, I agree. It'll be a great addition to the downtown corridor, and I think our promenade plan, does speak to a variety of different commercial uses, residential type uses, and office institutional uses as well.
I was going to ask you I've looked at other revitalization sort of plans and where other municipalities put their senior residential cares, and I'm not finding them in a heritage district that's looking for revitalization. So I'm just wondering where that model is. I do know that there are benefits economically, but probably not to the commercial end that we are looking for. That's just my thought. Now, through you, Mr. Chair, the meeting that we had May 24th did ask that the applicant meet with the residents, and from what we've heard today, that meeting did not occur. The role of your being the town staff, did you not want to make sure that opportunity existed before the application came before us right now? I mean, if you're ticking off all the things that we talked about, and that was the main two things that we saw were the massing on Temperance and the wanting to meet with the residents. So as you're the staff, would you want to tell the applicant we should be doing this?
Mr. Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I did have discussions with the applicant. I understand they tried to have that meeting. As we heard, they weren't able to come to an agreement on some of the changes that were requested. I'm also charged with bringing back a report. I was directed by council to try and bring a report back, in July. And so when I understood the meeting, they couldn't come to an agreement. I had sufficient information based on the revisions that they had presented to council back in May to formulate a recommendation for council.
So, Mr. Ramuno, we asked that the applicant meet with the residents. The residents sent to the applicant what they would like to see, and there was no chance at all for any response from the applicant. We came straight here. Would that be correct to say?
Mr.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's my understanding, as we heard from the applicant, that they weren't able to come to an agreement on some of the changes that were requested.
I'm going to say yes. Okay. I am a little concerned about that, and usually with the benefit, and I'm looking at, say, the Highland Gate development. The benefit of that development was we had 50 acres of parkland. that was good for the community. And those are the sort of things I'm thinking for the community would be a benefit. So that's where my question was coming from there. If we're going to allow exceptions to our secondary and our official plan to help the United Church, I mean, there should be some benefit. So we want to make sure that our community has that opportunity to A, get that benefit, and B, have the ability to collaborate and talk with them. And I'm having trouble seeing either of those being met at this time.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just through you to Mr. Reno, just some things for clarification. With respect to the recommendations, when you're talking about the changes to the OP and the zoning, the intent is to approve those things tonight. And when we go to the site plan stage, look at more things, things that are different, perhaps with respect to how it's the building materials, etc. But as far as the OP and the zoning, that's going to possibly be approved tonight or at the council meeting.
Mr. Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. We'll have the implementing official plan amendment document before council next week. And the zoning will follow sometime in the fall when we receive a formal site plan application and we've reviewed that.
Thank you, but that's just more for details of how it's been. With respect to the Heritage Advisory Committee, the comments on page 3, the application wasn't before the committee. The planner didn't make a presentation. What the committee was deciding was the heritage value of the 5 properties. So I don't think it's a fair statement that we were in support of the plan because we weren't there to discuss the developer's plan. There were several comments at the committee, and there were many concerns, serious concerns about the massing and the height. So I would say that the Heritage Advisory Committee generally wasn't supportive of the plan the way it was at that time. When we were at the last public planning meeting, everyone at this table said, with the exception of the mayor, everyone at this table said that we were pleased with the progress in the application, but we thought there was room for more change. I have had a look at the meeting, and everybody said that, with the exception of the mayor. So, and I'm quoting the planner, unfortunately not much has changed. We don't have a revised plan. We don't have any improvements in the plan, from the plan that was presented at the public planning meeting. So how can we go forward and approve this if we all felt, almost all felt, that there was room for improvement and it hasn't been presented? I'm very uncomfortable with that, and I think we have to do what we say.
Councillor Maracus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Ramuno. Mr. Ramuno, speaking of if there could be any changes, is there, I mean, we've heard time and time again, especially from the last public planning meeting, that even though we would like to see some tinkering and some slight added changes, is there any room for movement, or is this the final plan in front of us?
Through you, Mr. Chair, based on my understanding from the applicant, obviously this is their, their best plan that they've put forward. Having said that, there's always room for additional discussions as we move forward. Once we see the site plan application, I'm sure there could be some tweaks to the design with respect to, not only materials, but we can certainly have discussions with them regarding, general elements of the design of the building. But again, there's another process to go through. It's not necessarily a public process, but council will have to provide or approve the final site plan. But if council adopts the recommendations in the report this evening, you're essentially approving the design as presented. But there's always room for some finer, some refinements as we take a look at the formal site plan application and delve deeper into some of the architectural and design elements.
Thank you, Mr. Rumino. At the last public planning meeting, I agree. We all did say that we'd like to see some few changes. I believe I did use the word tinkering. I think that we were very close, and we would like to see some continuation with the work between the applicant and the residents within the area. I do share some of those sentiments that I am concerned that never materialized. But in my opinion, I do see the benefit to the community with this application, and I said it before. Comparing it, though, to Highland Gate, I don't see how, in my opinion, I don't know how Highland Gate could be considered a benefit to this community. But, thank you, Mr. Chair. But sorry, I just don't see how you can compare the two. But this one here does have a benefit to the community. The application before us, when you look at the plans, there's 8,000 square foot of community space. We might not necessarily own that space, but it can be utilized by town user groups. So we just finished having a long conversation about where we can fit user groups that we don't have space for. Well, here's 8,000 square feet that could possibly become part of that space for us to utilize within the town. So that's clearly a benefit to this community. I think the revisions that were made coming down on the height have satisfied my major concern was the height. And I think it's come down to that 6 stories. And I know we can sit here and have an argument of whether it's 6 stories, 7 stories, where do we decide how high it is. The way I look at it is that on Yonge Street, it's 6 stories. When I purchased my house is stated as a 2-story on title, but I have a walkout basement. When I go into the backyard, it's 3 stories, but it's still 2 stories on title. So therefore, when I look at this application, I see it as a 6-story building, and I think it meets what our plans ask for. So therefore, I'm comfortable moving forward in that. And plus, as I said, there is that clear benefit to me. It's within our downtown core. We're looking to revitalize the downtown core. We're going to have more residents in. And I've had some people ask me and say to me, well, you know what, there's no amenities there for them. Well, that's what comes when you put the people there. We might end up with a small grocery store opening up in the area, which is much needed, maybe a convenience store, maybe a whole bunch of different other elements that would come to the downtown because the people are there. And also we're adding a place for seniors, which we've identified as the numbers are going to be growing and growing. And so I'm very comfortable moving forward, and I think rightfully we're going to have the Aurora United Church rebuilt back where it belongs. And so I'll be in support of this motion moving forward. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Marac, Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of things. I heard, what is this development going to give back? Anyway, it's going to, first of all, we have a very serious crisis with aging population. And that is the number one thing we need to worry about in our hometown and around us. Okay, I think I've said this before, but there's more people over 65 than there are under 14 for the first time in history. We have to look after our seniors. This is one way of doing it. The United Church provides they give back tons, and that church has not been there for several years now. It needs to come back where it belongs. That space that Councillor Maracus mentioned is back community space. And the revitalization of downtown, you bring the people there, around things will develop. So I'm looking forward to this moving forward. When we said we all wanted improvements, they went significantly down, down to 6 stories from 9. They made many changes with, balconies that were protruding on Tyler and Temperance. They've got rid of those. There's a series of issues. Maybe there's some minor tweaking. I think that can be done during the planning process in the next stages. But at this point, I believe that the development has done a lot on their side. I know the residents, some of them are still not happy, and I hope that eventually the things that'll be further tweaked will help the situation. But I do believe once things get rolling and are developed, I believe it'll be a beautiful addition to our downtown core, and I'm looking forward to it moving forward.
Thank you. And just before we go to Mayor Daw, I'd like to point out that
It's 9 o'clock.
it is 9 o'clock, but before I get to that, I do want to point out that what's on the table right now isn't whether or not there are benefits to this development. So as we proceed in this discussion, I'd like to talk about official plan amendments and zoning bylaw amendments, please and thank you. It is 9 o'clock, but I don't want to finish this right now, so I'll ask for a motion to waive procedural bylaw to let us keep going for half an hour, or as soon as this item's done before we go on our health break. Exactly. So, Councilor Marakis, Councilor Gartner, all those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that carries. Mayor Daw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the course of brevity,
Councilor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It would have been a strong message of good faith by the applicant to provide some additional quote-unquote tinkering, but in the end, the applicant made significant changes in the second draft, which I believe most or all of us supported, and in the end, the differences were too far and wide between the applicant and local residents. The discussions on angular plane and so forth. So I don't think anything that they could have done would have really changed much, other than some small tinkering, as it's been said. So I'm happy to approve the recommendation and move this on. Thank you.
So, members of council, I think we've all had an opportunity to make our comments. I don't know if anything new is going to be brought to the debate. Councillor Abel, please bring new items to this debate. Councillor Gartner as well. Councillor Abel.
I'd like, if we could, Mr. Chair, to separate all the phrases in that.
Certainly.
Thank you. Because as I understand, the United Church is completely able to go ahead with the building of their new church. They just want to be able to do what is best in the long term, and that is by moving forward and asking us to amend the zoning and the properties that they've accumulated to best afford them the best possible financial payback on that. So I fully appreciate that. They could break ground at any time and build that church. So we're not really talking about whether the church is going to be built or not. What we're talking about is how to do it the best way possible. And of course, everyone in the community is all for that. I mean, there isn't a single person here that would say otherwise. But at the same time, we want to do what's good for the neighborhood and our heritage and et cetera. I don't see that there, well, let me ask a question to you, Mr. Chair. We have a lot of taller buildings, and what they will do to lessen the impact on residential is they will tear away. I don't know the proper term, but I look at Centro and Catherine Street. The parking lot is there, and then it builds up to the tallest parts, which are right on top of Yonge Street and Center. And as it meshes into and dissipates down into the residential area, it's a less of an impact. This is sort of the exact opposite, where the big part of it is sitting right in the front, and of course the impact is incredible on the neighbors that we're looking at a two-story home. Mr. Ramuno, or through you, Mr. Chair, when we have in the heritage areas homes that are built ahead of the setbacks of the existing homes, when someone will demolish it and reconstruct a new one, we require that they bring their setback to where everyone else is. Is that correct?
Mr. Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we've had that happen in the past. Just to clarify, this part of Yonge Street isn't a formal heritage conservation district. It is identified as a heritage resource area in our official plan under one of our schedules, but it doesn't have the same status as a heritage district. But again, they have comply with the official plan with respect to the tiering or the stepping back above the third floor and above. So they have stepped the upper floors back to reduce the massing, and that was part of the exercise that they went through between the first and second submission.
Well, could they do it a bit more? I mean, I know they want to maximize what they can do, but in our normal building envelopes, we would tier slowly back down to lessen the impact on the residential. That's correct, but not in this case. Duly noted that they have taken some of the floors and moved them back. But my question was about the setbacks. So they are bringing the first 3 floors right to where the existing buildings were, and Old Town like that. Of course, some of those homes, I think 2 of them anyways, were right onto the sidewalk almost, and then number 57A is right back. And that to me seems like where you would put your setback. Basically my comments are, and I'm all in favor of moving ahead with the construction of the church, and I would like to see a buy-in from the ratepayers, and Councillor Marac has pointed out his opinion of Highland Gate, but I'll tell you, Highland Gate did engage the ratepayers.
Councillor Abel, can we?
I'm just saying that the ratepayers did agree, and we're not getting that in this case. And so there's a...
Councillor Abel, I mean, we heard 2 different sides of a discussion earlier tonight during the delegations. Not everyone is agreement in that either. But I don't want to keep talking about a different application, Councillor. I want to keep talking about what we're talking about here tonight.
The ratepayers of the Aurora Temperance area have not agreed with this, and that's different than in other major developments, and that's what I would like to see. In fact, the difficulty with even getting a meeting and moving ahead right to this committee.
Councillor Gartner, I think your time is up. Councillor Abel. So Councillor Gartner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is such a complicated issue because, of course, everybody wants the church to be able to rebuild after such a tragedy and be viable. What I was looking for when I spoke at public planning, the changes that I was looking for something that would be a little better for the adjoining neighborhood. And I was also looking for something that would be more respectful of our heritage area. This is our downtown heritage. It's been protected in official plans for the last 30 years as a heritage area. And this build certainly doesn't fit in with that. So what I was looking for was a decrease in height and massing, just to be a little more respectful to the heritage area. Certainly something like this was never, ever envisioned for this area. It was supposed to be narrow, small stores and, 2 stories high and 3rd stories terraced. And with respect to the number of stories, it was in the promenade plan, in our official plan, it's supposed to be 5 stories, including bonusing. Yes, it is. I just read it yesterday. So what the church wants to do really, really doesn't fit in with the vision for this area. It really doesn't. And that vision has been protected for at least 30 years in official plans. So that's what I was looking for. I was looking for change that would be more respectful, not only to the stable neighborhood adjoining it, but also to our own vision for the heritage area. And that's why I'm going to have to vote against it.
Mr. Chair, Councilor Gardner made reference to the fact that the promenade has a 5-story height, including bonusing. I'd like the Director of Public Planning to clarify if that's correct or not.
Thank you. I don't normally permit staff to enter the debate, but I do think that that is an important fact that needs to be clarified. Mr. Amuno?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. The height permission within this part of the downtown area under our official plan is a 5-story. Just to the north of Wellington, we do have permission of, as a right, 5 plus 1 through bonusing provisions. And then in our focus areas, north end of Yonge Street, south end of Yonge Street, and over by the GO station, the official plan identifies 5, again, as a right, plus 2 additional stories could be allowed subject to bonusing provisions.
So to clarify, Councillor Gartner was correct in stating that there is only 5 at this site.
5, no bonusing provisions. The application is to increase the height of 5 to 6 on Yonge Street.
Thank you, and I did just read it yesterday in the specific criteria for this particular section of the downtown, so I'll have a look at it again.
Thank you.
Maybe I wasn't wearing the right glasses.
All right, so Councillor Abels has asked for these 6 clauses to be done separately. So the first clause, I've got a mover or seconder. So the first clause at the report number PBS 17-0-50 be received. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. That application to amend the official plan, file number OPA 2016-05, Aurora United Church, to increase the maximum building height of 5 stories to a maximum building height of 7 stories to permit a place of worship and a 152-suite retirement residence be approved. All those in favor? All those contrary-minded? That's carried. That the application to amend the zoning bylaw, file number ZBA 2016-013, Aurora United Church, to rezone the lands from the current zoning of institutional I zone and general commercial C2 zone to a promenade downtown PD1 zone pursuant to the provisions and standards of the town's new comprehensive zoning bylaw to permit a place of worship and 152-suite retirement residence be approved. All those in favor? Those contrary-minded? That carries. That the official plan amendment be presented at a future council meeting. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. That the zoning bylaw amendment be presented at a future council meeting when the required site plan application is considered by council. All those in favor? Any contrary-minded? That carries. That the zoning bylaw amendment include appropriate site-specific exceptions to effectively implement the built form and performance of standards of the council-approved site plan application. All those in favor? Any contrary-minded? And that carries as well. So we are finished item number R1. I'd like to thank everybody for staying for that item. You're welcome to stay for the remainder, but we are going to take a 10-minute health break. So we'll call the meeting back to order. Thank you, everyone, for coming back on time. It's greatly appreciated. We're now back on to item number R2, the Highland Gate Conceptual Park Design. I am looking for a mover and a seconder for the staff report, moved by Mayor Daw, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Any comments or questions on item number 2? Mayor Daw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first question through you, if I may, to our solicitor. Mr. Serio, does the town have the right to arbitrarily or unilaterally change any of the terms of the minutes of settlement?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, the town does not.
Thank you. Second question, if I may, Mr. Chair, through you to Mr. Serio. Do we have the opportunity to be creative? And specifically, one of the delegates mentioned creativity and lighting. So do we have the creativity to have it on from 5 to 7 or from 5 to 9 or something like that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. Those are not direct express terms in the minutes of settlement, so yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, and it's interesting that well, first of all, I found it interesting you went to the Trails Committee after the minutes of settlement had already been settled, so I think maybe there's a bit of a process breakdown there because it puts the Trails and Active Transportation Committee, I think, in a bad spot. Puts them between a bit of a rock and a hard place, I believe, in terms... You can't hear? Is that better?
That's much better.
I think it puts the Trails and Active Transportation Committee between a rock and a hard place, asking them to comment on something they have no authority to change. So I think maybe there's a process issue there we need to look at. I think that we have a long established procedure with Mr. Downey where he does very much take into account council's wishes and residents' wishes as to how we move forward on various items. And I think that giving Mr. Downey that flexibility to look at how he may be creative, if you will, to implement some of these changes will benefit everyone. In the meantime, I support what's on the floor because, as per the advice of our solicitor, we do not have the authority to unilaterally change minutes of settlement. We're one of the parties in a 3-party contract. I think it's incumbent on us to hold up our end of that agreement and to move on and to trust our staff will come up with an acceptable solution. Thank you.
Councillor Marakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've heard time and time again that we don't have the authority, so quite frankly, I'm looking at the motion that's in front of us, and it's asking for us to approve something that's already been approved. We've already heard tonight that this design was already approved within the minutes of settlement, so therefore, if we don't have the authority to oppose this, then in essence, is this not ultra vires? Because we do not have that authority.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it does seem like it would be that the council, if the other parties are not willing to negotiate any amendments to the minutes of settlement, that council can still deal with the design, I guess, but it does if this is specifically just about the lighting, council cannot do it and make any amendments in that regard.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure how you'd like to proceed on this. I mean, I have issues that I'd like to speak to. I'm not comfortable with certain elements within the plan, but we're constantly hearing that we can't be approving it. I mean, we can't be opposing it, and we can't open up the minutes of settlement. And considering this has already been approved already, I just feel that how can we approve something a second time when it's already been approved? So I don't know how you want to proceed on this. I mean, personally, I think that we should just be receiving this for information, and we can make comments, and if any councillor wishes to make an amendment, then that would be fine. So I would actually ask for the second clause to be stricken from the motion.
Thank you, Councillor. I only half agree with you. I think there are some items in here that do require council's approval. So as we've spoken, the park benches and the exercise equipment are things that fall outside of the scope. So so those do require council approval, but I think that if we wanted to endorse the minutes of settlement and approve the items that require the approval, that would be a way to move forward. Or are we really only talking about those two items that aren't included in the minutes of settlement?
So Mr. Chair, if I may, if you're asking us to also put on and endorse the minutes of settlement, I might remind you that there's 3 of us at this table that voted against the minutes of settlement. So therefore, I mean, I wouldn't be in favor of endorsing the minutes of settlement, because therefore I'd be in essence changing my vote on what I originally voted for those minutes of settlement.
So I am at the pleasure of committee here tonight. I think to endorse a council decision doesn't mean that you endorse the initial decision. It means that you endorse that council made a decision. Through you to the clerk or to Mr. Nadarozny or to Mr. Downey, if we simply just receive the report and not approve anything, what's the intended, how would we proceed at that point? Mr. Downey.
To you, Mr. Chair. With regards to the staff recommendation, historically, staff have always received council approval on any park design, particularly when it's adjacent to existing residential properties. So Maverick Park is a good example. When we came forward, council was asked to approve a conceptual design. This conceptual design includes elements that are within the minutes of settlement, but also outside of the minutes of settlement. So we are asking council to approve the design with the elements that they've already approved, plus any elements that we've added to the park, such as the meditation circle, the park benches and equipment, and the fitness equipment. So that's the reason that we are looking for a council approval on the complete park design, so that we can then give direction to the developer's consultant to proceed with detailed design and costing of the park.
Ms. Desario, did you have anything else to add?
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, it's exactly how Mr. Downey has mentioned.
Mr. Chair, if I may, once again, if for me, I'd personally feel more comfortable if we strike the second clause, and if council wishes to make an amendment to speak to those specific items that we can speak to, then we can go from there. But to say that we're approving the whole plan, once again, it's been approved already by the minutes of settlement. So why are we doing it again?
I think it's been stated that we're doing it to encompass all of the new items. If here's the compromise I'll recommend. I'll call them separately. And if it doesn't pass, at that point, we'll put in on an amendment for those other 2 items that are not in the minutes of settlement. Does that work?
I'm at the pleasure of the chair.
Sounds good. Councillor Humphreys.
Oh, yeah, do I still have time? Do I still have time?
You do, yes.
Okay, well then I'd still like to have the floor. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think everyone's aware that I was against the minutes of settlement, and I don't mind some of the features within the concept. Mayor Daw mentions that it was unfortunate that it went to the Trails Committee after the minutes of settlement, and they really didn't have the authority to make any changes. Well, then I would argue, then what was the point of the public open house? Because that was after the minutes of settlement. And therefore, if we were going to get comments from residents saying what they would like to see or what changes they would like, meanwhile, that's after the minutes of settlement, and therefore they don't have the authority to make any of those changes. And so therefore, maybe that was a bit of honestly, I don't see what the need was of having that open house. Maybe it was stated wrong of what the purpose of that open house was. But right now when I look at it, it seems it was pointless to have that open house at that time, because it just seems like we're not taking into account what those residents said at that open house. some of the things that I do have concerns with, I definitely have concerns with the lighting, as it's stated within our master trails plan, and we stated at our trails committee. It doesn't meet our trails plan. And so therefore, I am absolutely against any lighting. Now, we could possibly look at ways at mitigating it and softening it. Maybe there's different ways that we can become creative. But ultimately, I am opposed to it. And if, as was stated by the chair, we're going to leave it as it is and we're going to call it separately. And if we leave it all in as it is, I will be voting against the second clause to approve the conceptual design, as because I voted against it the first time within the minutes of settlement, and so therefore I will vote against it again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Humphries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now forgive my line of ask questions, and because it's very, very basic. I don't know where this lighting for trails came from. I've asked many people and how it got into the minutes of settlement when it's not in our trails and active trails and transportation. Master plan is something that we do. We don't do it. It may be in some, for whatever reason. It's in parks, but it's not in our trail system. So to have it here, it's difficult. I feel bad for the developer because we're telling them we want lighting, and it's nowhere to be found. The worst part, what bothers me is when you look at the public open house, and did you take a look at the comments, section 2, page 9 of 21, under lighting? 10 bullets there, not one positive one that they want lighting in that public planning they had. And to tell you the truth, I almost got lynched over it outside in the hallway when someone said, why are you forcing lighting? Tall poles, because we don't put in low poles. So, you know, you're going to have your lights in your backyard like this. And we've had complaints with baseball diamond lighting and other park lighting, and we've had to make changes because of that. So can't imagine those homes with a pole light in their backyard, and the trails will be up against their backyard. So this is something that we're forcing the developer to do, I believe, and they want us to adhere to it because we don't want to open the minutes of settlement. I don't want that to happen. I want this to just move on and do what we need to do. But there has not been one resident that said, yeah, good idea. I can tell you one thing, it will probably prevent vandalism because kids don't go where there's light. But that's besides the point. If people don't want light in their backyard, I absolutely understand that. That was never there. So anyway, very basic question. If we just don't do that piece, why do we have to open the minutes of settlement? We are asking to add a bunch of things that are not in the middle of minutes of settlement. Do we have to open them up to add things like the peace walk, like the benches, like the exercise equipment? It doesn't seem fair that we're going to do this and make the developer do this, but it's not officially in the minutes of settlement. So I just have to ask the question. It's like one way it's okay and one way it's not. So why don't we just take our lumps where we take them and not put the lighting in? Leave it at that. If people can live with the other stuff, great. I haven't heard real majority of people pretty upset about, you know, the parks. Maybe it's a little close to the house, right? Shaded park shade shelters. You know, people aren't going to sit there at night anyway. Maybe a little bit in the afternoons and stuff, but for me, lighting is a real contentious issue. I don't think this should be a negative light on the developer at all. I believe somehow it got in there, and they believe they have to deliver that to the minutes of settlement. I'm saying no. And why are we adding things that are not in there? Why are we forcing the developer to do this? Can someone ask me the question? Answer that question?
It's my belief that what's in the minutes of settlement are minimums, but Pat, if you wanted to clarify.
Like for example, Mr. Chair?
No, I understand what you're saying. You're saying, why are we putting exercise equipment in if it falls outside of the scope of the minutes of settlement?
Yeah, why are we forcing?
So it's my belief that those are minimums, but I will ask Mr. Serio to comment if possible.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Humphries. Yes, so whatever was negotiated between Highland Gate Ratepayers Association, the town, and the developer, and what was important to various parties, whichever of the three it was, that is what it's in the minutes of settlement. And so the conditions of approval that are attached and forming part of the minutes of settlement say that the trails have to be illuminated. So for you suggesting that we just don't do it, unfortunately, we can't. If the only way we can do it is if Highland Gate Ratepayers Association agrees, or if the developer and the developer agrees. All three parties have to agree to that. And it sounds, from what I've been hearing, that they're not willing to open up the minutes of settlement.
Well, may I, through you, Mr. Chair? I don't want the minutes of settlement. That sounds ridiculous to me. If you look at the exercise stations, are they included in the metal station? No. But we're recommending we do them. Why can't we open the minutes of settlement to add that? We're doing something that is not in there. And another thing, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. There are things we can't deliver, and we've all said, yeah, it's okay, we get it, but it's still in the minutes of settlement. Okay. We know there's certain parts of the trail we could not do certain things. I can't point them out right now. And we know that it can't be done. It's okay. We're not opening the minutes of settlement. It doesn't make sense to me.
So from a legal standpoint, Mr. Serio, can you explain the difference between removing something that's in the minutes of settlement and adding something that's not currently in the minutes of settlement?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair. So I would explain it that the parties put their minds to certain things, and that is what was included in the minutes of settlement. The equipment station, the playground, the parties either didn't care about it or they just didn't put their minds to it. But that is not in the minutes of settlement, and it doesn't say whether to do it or not. If someone didn't want it and they specifically said, we do not want playground amenity in this park.
Sorry, just playgrounds were accounted for in the minutes of settlement.
Equipment.
Thank you.
If someone suggested that if the minutes of settlement said that we do not want equipment in the park, and if that was the case, then we would not have equipment in the park. But because it's silent on it, then we can do what either everybody agrees to, what's in town standards, and what's at the discretion of the Director of Parks, Rec, and Culture.
Okay, so thank you, I appreciate that, and I kind of get it. I don't like it, but I get it. The one thing I'm truly concerned about with this light illumination is we had some discussions, general discussion on putting in lighting that's lower, shutting it down earlier. But there's an answer here to those questions, and it said, why the light poles 15 feet? Can they be shorter? 15 feet light poles are standard in the town of Aurora. The town does not install bollard lights, as they're often vandalated. So that means those tall lights are going to be there. That's a big mistake, and I don't know if anyone understood that at the minutes of settlement, that they were going to have these bright lights. We have standards. We're not going to go put in the nice soft lighting. We're going LED, which are really, really bright on our regular roads right now. To have this put in is to me, it's a big mistake. I know that everyone thought it was a good idea. It's not for me. So anyways, I'll listen to everyone else talk about that.
Councillor Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, Council doesn't need reminding, but the minutes of settlement were approved by Council. I voted against the minutes of settlement, but they were approved by Council. These provisions were included. So Council at that time, whether they were ambivalent or knew about it or whatever, it's irrelevant. The minutes of settlement that were approved included these provisions. The Ratepayers Association also approved the minutes of settlement, knowing that these provisions were in place. So I think that's my only comment with respect to that. I voted against all of it. So now, as a comment, I kind of agree with Councillor Marakis in the sense that if there were provisions that were brought forward that after the fact that were included in the minutes of settlement that were unpopular and yet could not be changed, why on earth did we consult the public on those provisions? I mean, that makes no sense. We got advice 2 weeks ago that these provisions were immovable because the developer and the Highland Gate Ratepayers Association does not want to reopen or amend the minutes of settlements. Then why on earth would we ask the public if they wanted or didn't want these amenities? That's outrageously, it doesn't make sense. The mayor mentioned as well that there's other lighted trails in town, but there is no, to my knowledge, lit trails in Case Woodlot. There's no lit trails in the Shepherd's Bush. There's no lit trails behind St. Andrews College in that forested area. All the other passive parklands that we have in town, there's no lit trails. There's lit trails, I believe, he mentioned Copeland and Summit, but I believe those are also lit by baseball diamonds and soccer fields. And if they aren't, I believe that maybe the lighting was put in as a conduit for people going to the fields to go to and fro. And the same thing with Copeland. There's a baseball diamond in that field. And I think even Fleury Park might have lights along those trails. I can't be certain. I can't remember offhand. But again, there's tennis courts, there's soccer fields, baseball diamonds. They're all lit. And so this is a passive parkland. At least that was the intention. It's going to be renaturalized. And in my opinion, again, this is my opinion from the beginning, was that lighted trails along this portion of town and this park is not appropriate. I don't understand why the ratepayers and the developer wouldn't look at amending the settlement, minutes of settlement. This is not amending the minutes of settlement to add anything. It's amending the minutes of settlement to almost remove a cost and a burden on the developer. We're asking, the community is asked, and the council, at least in my opinion, or I'm asking for that change because the residents clearly don't want it. It'll cost the developer less. So why would they be unwilling to make that amendment if this council asked? I don't get it. So, you know, I think with respect to this item, I think the people that live around the park, people that are bordering the park, have clearly stated they don't want lit trails, you know, but our hands are tied, it seems like, based on the recommendation from our solicitor. So the town's bound by the minutes of settlement, and if the other parties won't amend, they won't amend. But my position is that this is not right for this part of town. I didn't approve it when the minutes of settlement came before council, and I won't be voting for it now.
Councillor Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a concept. We've heard that in other items that we brought forward. It's just a concept. The design is there. But my thought is we shouldn't really be talking about the minutes of settlement. That is done. What we're doing is having a good discussion about the residents and the community, what they want. They've made it clear that they don't want lighting in the backs of their homes. And having talked to them, we have the ability to put in different kind of lighting. We could put bright light at the entrances. We could put minimal lights as you go along. We asked Ms. Shendrick, she said it's just lighting, it doesn't matter. So our job, as the way I see it, isn't to go on past in the minutes of settlement and things that bother us, but just to move forward, and our role would be to find out what is acceptable to all the parties moving forward. If there's going to be lighting, then let's work on what we can agree on. So if there is lighting that can be put on a path that does not bother the residents, then why wouldn't they say yes? If there's going to be lighting, and it has to be lighting, you have to be able to work with what we have. To say no lighting isn't going to work right now. So you'll just get the big posts with the big bright lights. So why don't we work with parks and our staff and come up with some options on what sort of lighting can be done at certain parts. If there are homes very close by and there's no vegetation, put down some direct lighting at the foot. If it's at entrances, etc., it could be on motion detectors. I mean, there's all kinds of ideas. I know Sholin was here, Mr. Sholin was here. I don't know if he's here, but he's got one of the best imaginations in landscape and architecture. I'm sure if you asked him if he had some options, he could probably come up with some really neat ones. Why not put something in that's state-of-the-art, advanced thinking, solar lighting, no maintenance, less impact? Why don't we at least have that conversation? Because we're not going down the path for minutes of settlement. That's clear. So there's a concept that there'll be lighting. We don't know what it's going to look like. There are some parts of the minutes that are in this report. There's a couple that aren't. And we've heard that the residents would not be in favor of that, such as park benches, et cetera. So then we can put something more into design and take that back and go forward. But I really think we should get away from the minutes of settlement because there's nothing we're going to do about that. And let's move forward and work with what is acceptable and can be agreed upon, and work with our developer and move forward. I think what they're proposing is fantastic for the development. This park will be something like an arboretum. It's going to be a treasure as it grows into the design and going forward. And we can work with the residents, especially the ones that are impacted, on mitigating and minimizing any of those impacts, because we've been allowed that, and our Parks Department will be able to react. So I think it's our role to move forward and get that done, and let's get on with it. So I am in moving forward. It's just a conceptual design at this stage. We've heard that term here several times during other matters, and I'm thinking of the cultural precinct when we were all looking at things, and it was just a conceptual design. And going forward, when when a detailed design comes forward, we'll be able then to say, okay, we heard, and we said we wouldn't do it. Then that's where we put down our foot and say we're not going to do that. But let's. I think it's great, all the work that's been done. I thank everyone for coming forward. I had the pleasure of talking with several of the residents there. I think there is ground to move forward and work together, and to take in all the points that everyone has made.
Thanks. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Ms. Desario. We heard earlier that you stating that Council does not have the authority to unilaterally or arbitrarily make changes to the minutes of settlement. We've also heard numerous times that it takes all three parties to make any changes. So I guess my question to you really is that should Council not vote in favor of this parkland design, what risk, if any, is there to the town?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Okay, aside from the fact that this is just a design, so it's the elements that we're talking about more than the design. If the council chooses to not abide by the minutes of settlement in terms of the certain elements that are looking and therefore not approve the design, then the risk is that we could potentially be sued by the Ratepayers Association or the developers or the developer for breach of contract.
Thank you. My next question, through you to Mr. Downey. Mr. Downey, the recommendation in front of us asks us to approve the concept design that was presented at the open house on April 5th, 2017. Does that mean there have been no changes to the design since it was first presented on that date?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Chair, since that meeting, we have, since this is a conceptual plan, we have met with the Conservation Authority, and we've actually walked the lands to determine the best location for the spine trail. So that is going to be slightly altered, the location of it, based on the conversations we're having with the Conservation Authority. But other than that, we have not had any conversations with moving the design forward, awaiting council approval of those elements that are outside of the minutes of settlement. We want to move forward with that so that, as I said before, we can move forward with the detailed design, we can get a cost estimate that can find its way into the subdivision agreement, and we can get some agreement from the developer with regards to the costs associated with developing this park.
Thank you, Mr. Downey. You know, I share the frustration around the table as with the residents that, you know, the process itself, we had an open house, we invited residents for comments and said it's open for discussion. We gave it to the Trails Committee and asked for their feedback, and I very much want to support both the Trails Committee recommendations as well as those of the residents, but it does seem a little bit backwards in that we're being also told at the same time that there are things that we have no authority of or have no say over as well. And so at the end of the day, it does feel very frustrating, this process, because I compare it to how we went through the Mavernack Park process, where we did have the same thing, an open house, have concepts, the residents came, they said they didn't like this element, and we made those changes, and at the end of the day, we had a design that the residents could support and look forward to. And so with regards to this process, we failed to manage expectations, and in my opinion, in terms of from the outset, you know, it really should have been clearer to both the residents and everybody whatever the restrictions or limitations with regards to this process, because clearly I mean, there are significant limitations, and that never really was communicated well to neither the residents, I guess, or to even members of council ourselves. And so the last number of months, there have been many who have gone forward thinking that it's a simple process to make these changes, and here we are tonight learning that it's not. And so I guess hindsight's 20/20, but that certainly, you know, poses a challenge for me, because I'd very much like to make those changes, but at the same time, we hear from our solicitor and others that there are limitations by which we can move forward. So similar to Councillor Abel, I hope there are some creative solutions we can look at moving forward. Maybe, as Mayor Daw said, limiting the hours of the lights, or maybe not even turning them on at all. But I mean, I will be supporting the motion on the floor.
Councillor Gartner. Hold on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I agree with a lot of what's been said. Through you to Mr. Downey, of course the lights are the big issue here. In Aurora, are a lot of our trails lit, or is the desire for our trails to be lit in the future?
Through Mr. Chair, with regards to lighting of trails and parks, most of our parks have lights in them. This has been identified as a park within the plan. However, they have indicated that they would like, from a maintenance perspective, to look a little bit more passive, or not as much fine-cut turf. With regards to trails throughout the community, there are several trails that are lit. Those are primarily within our larger parks. That would be Fleury, Machel, Lambert-Wilson. But we are actually extending our lighting program under the direction of the Accessibility Committee, who have asked us to provide more lighting of our trails from an accessibility perspective. And so we're moving forward with that project. We're expanding our lighting in Lambert-Wilson this year as a result of that direction. Certainly the Trails Committee has asked us in the past to look at trails that are more all season. And if that's the case, we are going to be looking at trails that are going to be requiring lighting, certainly a maintenance standard throughout the year, perhaps a different surface, and all of those considerations need to be taken into place or taken into account when we provide a report to council on providing all weather trails. Many people have commented if they walk on the Nikita Trail, or actually it's Tim Jones Trail, I apologize, towards Newmarket. Once you enter into Newmarket, it's once again open space, but it's asphalt, it's lit. There's a number of park amenities, such as furniture, on those trails, and saying, well, I see a completely different standard in Aurora, and so we've been asked to at least look at a standard that is somewhat similar to that, and what costs might be included in that. So this is a step towards what we feel is something that is a service level that at least council would like to explore, many people talk about lighting late at night, but if you are walking home from school at 5 o'clock on a winter's evening, and you were walking on that trail, it's dark, and you would hope that it would be lit if it was going to be used for that purpose. And if it's not lit, then it won't be used for that purpose, and they will be walking elsewhere. So we are doing our very best to try to create our trails to be an active transportation network, as council has asked us to do, and this is one of those steps towards that.
Thank you. A follow-up to that, Mr. Downey, through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Downey. And I think this was, or we hoped, that this would be a form of transportation used by the residents to go from the Bathurst area to the Yonge area. Am I correct on that? Through you?
When we did the Trails Master Plan and certainly struck the Trails and Active Transportation Committee, that's one of the reasons we talk about major spine trails and being off-road. We wanted people to be able to go from one point to another without actually walking on the street.
Thank you. With respect to the lights, are these street lights that are going to?
Do you?
Can you talk about the lights that we're going to put in place here?
Certainly. With your indulgence, Mr. Chair, I believe that I have some pictures of some lights that we put in some of the parks. These light standards are, well, excuse the pun, but they're standard throughout the town. They are 15 feet high. They are 90 feet apart. They are a 70-watt bulb. And they are sodium lights, so they're not LEDs, so they're not overly bright. But this happens to be in Lambert Wilson Park, and as I said, we're looking at expanding our lighting in this particular park. And this is actually through the Arboretum, or a portion of the Arboretum. And there are other portions of the Arboretum that, of course, don't have lighting. These are generally, as I said, something that are on asphalt paths, as this is in Lambert Wilson Park. So we're not talking street lights. We're talking lights about the size of this first balcony here, and much shorter than you would see in a ball diamond, which would be up to 60 or 80 feet high.
Just a clarification, the topography of this area, the trail is going to be lower than the residence?
Through you, Mr. Chair, generally yes. Not always, but generally yes. And the way the lights are designed, they shine down. If you take a look at the light standards, for instance, in Newmarket, it's a light that spreads out in all directions, and you can actually see the source of the light. This is not the case in these particular light standards. They're called box fixtures, and they send the light downwards.
Thank you. Just to end my portion of the discussion on the lights. I mean, we've heard that the residents don't want them. We've heard the reasons why. That makes sense. But it is mandated that we have lights, and I think it's also mandated that they're on from dusk to dawn. So I do hope that you will be creative in this area where the residents really don't want to have lights. I mean, it's in the minutes of settlement, and we have to have the lights. But let's be respectful of the people who are bordering the park. The other thing, I don't know if I can do this, Mr. Chair, the other thing that was mentioned by the delegations was the ponds and making them viable. And is there any possibility of that?
Through you, Mr. Downey.
Because if there isn't, let's be very clear now and talking about residents' expectations.
To you, Mr. Chair, one of the, if I can have your indulgence, one of the questions that comes up is, why do we hold a public meeting? It's one of the reasons we held a public meeting, so that we could certainly share expectations with the public. We didn't expect that everybody knew exactly what was going to happen and when it was going to happen.
Mr. Downey?
But with regards to, that was one of the issues, is to deal with the expectations of the pond, so that we could speak about the expectations of what people were going to receive. That's one of the reasons that we brought the representative from the Conservation Authority forward to council, so that you could ask questions specifically of that person, so you could get a clear understanding, and you had an expectation of what you were going to see. My understanding of what was communicated from the representative from the Conservation Authority was that there was no guarantee there was going to be water in these ponds. If there were sufficient rain, like this year, absolutely. But on a dry year like last year, those areas would more than likely dry up. Those dried up areas, or those regenerated areas, create different habitats for different wildlife. It's much like what David Tomlinson's talking about in the wildlife park, and looking at creating environments that are wet at some part of the season and dry at other parts. So I don't think that there's an expectation. I hope there's not an expectation that people are going to see standing water in these ponds on an ongoing basis.
Thank you, Mr. Downey. And that is part of this chart, is the online ponds, and we have no control over that. That belongs to Lake Simcoe, and that's what they've mandated. With respect to the two things that we can decide about, I was at that public meeting. I don't think the exercise stations were very popular. At least that's what I heard from the residents. There was a lady who was very enthusiastic, but so I would be voting against that. And with respect to park benches, trash receptacles, picnic benches, I'm not in favor of the picnic benches. I don't think this is a park where we want people to picnic. With respect to the trash receptacles, if we don't put those out, I mean, people just put their trash anywhere as it is, but if we don't have trash receptacles, in your opinion, would that be a problem? Through you, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Downey?
To you, Mr. Chair, I would certainly recommend trash receptacles, particularly in those areas where people are going to congregate, such as the playground area. I don't see them being shown throughout the park, but certainly in those areas where we feel there's going to be some type of concentration of the public, trash receptacle is a great idea.
And I think that would be beneficial to the residents who are in that area. The other thing is the park benches. I don't know, it'd be nice to have park benches, but I don't particularly care one way or the other.
Is that it, Councillor?
Let me just check my notes. I guess just to underline, the basic point from what I'm hearing from you is for the trails in the future, we do want to have lit trails, and this is a trail that's in the future. So that would fit in with what we're hoping to do as a town for the trails plan.
It's staff's understanding that council is looking at supporting an active off-road trail system to be an alternative to the vehicle. And so that the public can walk off-road through the community for whatever purposes, whether it's going to work, for pleasure, going to school, whatever it happens to be. So that is something that we are looking at and trying to provide a service level. Going to the next step as far as making those year-round is something that we are continuing to investigate.
Thank you.
Councillor Kim, I know your name got turned off by accident. Would you like to speak?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's unfortunate that the RPA execs did a great job and they committed a lot of time into this, and we're not privy to how the ratepayers associations are structured and the processes within it, and it's unfortunate after the fact that some portions of the association were not completely satisfied with the effective agreement. Now, it's clear. I was going to ask the question that Councillor Thompson asked, and it was responded to, and it doesn't seem like we have much of an option from a legal perspective, and we need to give an approval for this to go forward. Otherwise, there's really not much of a viable option due to the legal system we live in. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Downey, once we improve the conceptual design, will the aspects of the design that's not in the MOS, will that come back to us for final approval, or is this it? It seems like there's going to be continual dialogue between residents and staff. Will it come back to us for final approval, or is this it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, our expectation was this was it. We are providing you with a conceptual plan with those elements. We don't normally come back to council saying, well, here's the playground we were looking at. Other than you approving that there's going to be a playground, we don't normally come back and say this is the playground we are looking at, or this is the type of bench we're looking at buying, or garbage receptacles. So generally, council approves. Historically, council would approve a conceptual park plan. And then we would move forward from that point on through detailed design and with a cost estimate. This is going to be a developer-built park, so it will not be coming back for a tender.
Well, my feeling is that that we don't delay this, but at the same time, I do understand that, the RPA, they got the proxy vote from, I guess, the majority of the paying ratepayers, and they got that included in the MOS. What I would like to have is, we may not be able to change legally the items in the MOS, but the items that are outside of the MOS, I would like to have the abutting residents to be able to provide their input and have their voices be weighted accordingly. Given, I just feel like they haven't received what they could possibly get, and I think if you could hear their concerns and what they wish for in the items outside of the MOS, I would like for their wishes to be heard loud and clear. Is there an issue with that, given that it's not going to delay anything, it's not part of the MOS?
Through you to Mr. Downey, I would only state that when asked, the number one issue really were the lights. I didn't hear many concerns about park benches. The number one issue, I'm sure not everyone is happy, but the number one issue were the lights. But Mr. Downey, to the other items.
Through you, Mr. Chair, when we had the public meeting and we sent a notice out to all the area residents, it was a very well attended public meeting, and we had identified all the elements within the park, and the residents were able to comment on all of those elements. I believe we have a clear understanding of where their concerns are. I don't know that we would glean additional information with an additional meeting to talk about elements outside of the minutes of settlement. I believe it would be much more of a rehash of information that we've already received at a previous meeting. But if council directs us to hold a public meeting, we'll certainly do so.
Okay, thank you.
So I think we've all had an opportunity to comment about the lights and the process. I would ask the second time around that we bring new information to the table when we're talking about the lights and the process. Through you to Mr. Downey, though, my question, these lights are going to be put into our municipal standards?
To you, Mr. Chair, yes, they are.
And from my understanding, you said that there's a typically spaced 90 feet apart from one another. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there a way that we can shift the lights 45 feet in either direction to mitigate some of the major concerns? Because it's also my understanding that where the trail pinches into the homes is where the lights are supposed to go. So is there an opportunity to maybe shift those 45 feet all the way around to try and limit the impact? That, to my mind, is how we mitigate some of the issues that the residents have brought up. By looking at the lights where they are, generally speaking, and if there's an opportunity to shift, we're still putting the lights in, so that should please the RPA as well as Highland Gate. So is that something that can be done, or are we stuck to the location that's been identified?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the specific location of the lights haven't been identified. I just want to make sure I clearly understand your question. Are you suggesting spacing them?
Just to clarify, the lights' exact locations
have not been identified.
So, and is there going to be an opportunity to work with the residents throughout this process to some extent and minimize wherever possible that issue?
It wouldn't be our intent to put any element within the park that was going to be disruptive, or if we could make alternative measures, we would do so. Absolutely, but as you can appreciate, if we're going to light the trail, we have to make sure that we hit adequate lighting within the trail. So whether the light pole is on one side of the trail or the other side of the trail makes no difference to us. whether or not we shift everything 45 meters or 30 meters in order to hit as few residents as possible, that absolutely, if we can do that, we will do that. But we need to make sure that we keep a sufficient amount of light on the trail to at least maintain our standards, because people have an expectation, if we're calling it a lit trail, that it's actually going to be lit and they're going to be able to safely traverse that pathway.
So, through you to Ms. Desario, if we were to strike a working group for these lights that involve the residents who are the most affected, is there an opportunity, would we need to invite the Ratepayers Association in, or the developers in, or can we spend a little bit of time working and finalizing the exact position of these lights with the residents who would be most likely affected?
To you. I believe it's okay if you're just inviting the residents who are directly impacted. Having said that, the rest of the Ratepayers Association, they may want to provide their own comments as well.
Understood, thank you. So, I mean, my recommendation is, we've heard from the residents. I can understand having an issue with the lights being directly on the back of your property. I personally think having a lit trail is a great idea, because it does increase safety on the whole. We're moving in that direction from an accessibility standpoint. We're moving in that direction from a trails and active transportation standpoint. So I think we need to put the lights in. We need to follow the MOS wholeheartedly. But I think that there is some wiggle room on the exact placements of the lights. And I think that's what's, I would say, is probably the scariest to the residents who are directly affected, not knowing where those lights will directly be impacted, and not knowing exactly where it's going to affect people's lives. So knowing that we can't decide whether or not there are lights, there will be lights. But I think that there's a great opportunity for our staff to work with the residents to try and find something that still matches all of our standards, and to move forward in a way that's beneficial to everyone. I think that would be agreeable to both Highland Gate as well as the Ratepayers Association, knowing that we're not trying to stall things, but it would be, again, working collaboratively with everyone involved. So that would be my hope. There's nothing in here that precludes that, because again, Mr. Downey has stated that we haven't pinpointed the location of those lights. So how can we move forward in a way that works well for everyone? So that would be my suggestion on how we move forward. Let Mr. Downey meet with the residents. We know where there are going to be lights. Whether or not we agreed with the minutes of settlement in the past, I think is council as a whole made a decision, so we have to move forward in that direction. So that would be my recommendation on how we move forward. That captures, the needs of the community as well as our legal obligations, because the last thing I would want to do is not follow through on our legal obligations as a municipality. So that's my thought on moving forward. Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a number of comments have been made, and I know we're getting into an hour and a half long discussion about lights, but it's definitely important. It's important to the residents, so I think it's important to talk about. Mr. Downey mentioned, and other councillors have mentioned, that there's the trail, the town is moving towards lighting all of our trails. That's just not correct. And so Mr. Downey mentioned that there are parks that have trails in the parks that are lit. But those parks also have baseball diamonds with lights that go to 11, I'm pretty sure. They have tennis courts that have lights on. They have soccer fields that have lights on. So the fact that the trails are lit.
So understanding that I misspoke and maybe I misheard Mr. Downey, correct? I misheard Mr. Downey. Can we move away from talking about standards, because this standard is moving forward through the MOS?
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mr. Chair, but the other councillors have used that as a rationale for their position. I'm going to use it for a rationale for mine.
I appreciate,
though.
It's in the minutes of settlement, so I just-
Minutes of settlement can be amended. The fact that they won't be amended is irrelevant. They can be. The fact that the Ratepayers Association and the developer will not, I think, is a mistake. I think that if the residents don't want lights, yeah, I mean, I've heard some councillors say that, well, we'll have the developer install the lights, we just won't turn them on. How ridiculous is that? What a waste of energy and money for the developer. What a waste of time for just everyone involved. And, you know, it's just nothing epitomizes waste more than installing lights that just will never be turned on because the residents don't want them. That's so stupid. It just seems so much easier to amend the minutes of settlement to take the lights out. Anyhow, we've heard that that won't happen. So I just think for people to suggest that's a way around this scenario is kind of dumb, because why would we waste everyone's time with not turning the lights on? I mean, it's so stupid. But anyhow, but just to clarify though, and perhaps Mr. Downey can clarify, because everyone's asked him for his opinion on this, but if he could clarify, we're not planning on lighting the trails, for instance, from the rear of St. Andrews College. Those are forested trails. Is he suggesting that we're going to be installing lights in the forest behind Whispering Pine, the forest behind Delaney Drive? I mean, that's clearly not what the Trails Master Plan calls for. It's not what the Trails Committee themselves, with respect to this issue, asked for. So the lit trails are really with respect to parks that already have lit amenities.
I won't direct that question. It's out of order. We're dealing with this item.
You directed it on others.
I recognize that, but I want to.
All I'm asking for is consistency from the chair.
Do you have another question?
Well, if you're not going to allow me a question, I'll challenge the ruling of the chair that I can't ask that question.
The ruling was that this matter, speaking about lights and the Trails Master Plan, is irrelevant because they are in the minutes of settlement and we have to move forward on that. So I say
it's taking more time if we have to do this process. But
so all those in favor of polling the chair? All those opposed? Mr. Downey.
Through Mr. Chair, we light park walkways and trails without other amenities in them. Two examples of that would be Ada Johnson and Hickson, neither which have a ball diamond or soccer field or any other lit element, and yet the walkways through those parks are lit. The question with regards to whether or not we are going to exercise the lighting of trails or existing trails through some of those other areas that you've identified, that is going to be a subject of a staff report to find out whether council wishes to have those as all-season trails, and if they are, then our recommendation is to light them. If you ask for them not to be all-season trails and leave the standards as they are right now, then my recommendation is not to light them. So that will be a complete decision of council as to what service level you would like to see on those pathways. It is not something staff are bringing forward on their own.
That's it. Councilor Maracus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I'm not in agreement with the lighting, and I'm strongly opposed to the lighting being there, as the residents have, I do understand that we're basically bound and tied by the minutes of settlement, and that's why I will state one more time that I feel that this motion is out of order. And I appreciate it. I just like to state that again, that we've heard the conversation around the table, and in essence we're hearing is we have no choice. Our choice is either we approve this or we get sued. So in essence, we have no choice because we're bound by our duty as a council.
Something new to the discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, one sec. We are bound as a council in our duty to defend this town and bring no harm to this town. And so therefore, you're asking us to go against our duty as a council. Do you see where I'm going with this? Like this motion should not be in order. But saying that, I'm fine. I'll move away from the lighting because we've dealt with it ad nauseum, and we're not getting anywhere with it, and it's very frustrating. But the ones that we can deal with, the exercise stations. Right now, I'd like to put an amendment on the floor to remove the exercise stations from the design. since we have that authority. So I might as well put something forward that we have authority for.
Councillor Gartner is seconding that. To the amendment that we're removing the exercise equipment because we have the authority to do so. Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've heard loud and clear from many residents, and it's even in the report tonight, do not include these exercise stations. We have them in Shepherd's Bush. They're not utilized, they're not used, they're used very rarely, and to me, it's just something that we're going to put in, and it's going to cause the taxpayers in future years maintenance costs. So to me, no one wants them. They don't get used. Let's remove them.
Councillor Abel.
I'd like to consult with Activate Aurora to see if there are some sort of innovative ideas, physical literacy, a little balance beam or something along those lines.
Councillor Thompson, to the amendment.
To the amendment, through you to Mr. Downey. Mr. Downey, what was the rationale for the decision to insert the exercise machines into the park design?
Through you, certainly we are looking at increasing physical activity and fitness throughout the community, and so these are elements that we have put in some other areas, so Mr. Sholin brought forward a proposal through his design to implement them. We don't have any major objection to them. However, we have heard some concerns from some residents with regards to the placement of them, and if they aren't going to be used, then I have no objection of removing them, but the rationale for putting them there was to provide opportunity for increased physical activity within our park areas.
Yeah.
Thank you. As a follow-up through you to Mr. Downey. Mr. Downey, the comment was raised about Shepherd's Bush, and I must admit I rarely, if ever, I can't remember last time I've actually seen them used from you and your staff. Are they getting used in Shepherd's Bush?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I've rarely seen someone on them, so I would concur with that observation. That would be what my understanding is as well. It doesn't mean they're a bad idea. They may very well be used by certain members of the public who would hate to see them go, but I haven't heard any comments negatively or positively with regards to those elements being in Shepherd's Bush.
Seeing no other comments, all those in favor of the amendment? Those opposed? That carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will delve back into the lighting just for 1 sec, but it is something new through you to Mr. Downey. Mr. Downey, has there been a cost analysis done as far as how much the lighting will cost in future years on a yearly basis as far as hydro maintenance? Do we have such a figure, or do we have something that can be kind of an estimate?
So I do think that's out of order, but Mr. Downey.
Through you, Mr. Chair, actually that question was asked at the public meeting, and our response was we haven't done those costs yet. Once we get into detailed design, we'll have a better idea of exactly how many fixtures we're talking about, and then we have a better idea from a maintenance perspective what we'd be talking about. So that information will be provided to us, or we'll be able to provide you with that information once we have a detailed design. So I can't answer that question at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Downey. And I just kind of, everyone's touched about it here at the table. We've heard the discussion and comments from Mr. Downey as far as our moving forward within our Trails Master Plan. So I just want to state, as the chair of the Trails Committee, I am quite confident to be able to say at this table that the committee as a whole is not looking to move forward with lighting our trails. If that's a report coming from staff, so be it. If this council wishes to move forward with that, so be it. But as a committee, I can state that as they voted down unanimously to have lighting within this design, they are not in favor of incorporating lighting in any of our trails moving forward. So I just wanted to clearly get that out there for everyone to understand. You know, and I just have one comment, Mr. Chair, if you allow me, just a little leeway. I know we've been going off topic. This whole process has been a struggle for this council, and I think moving forward for everyone, for the residents. And I'll just say that I'm glad that the province has
Okay, you're out of
made changes for Bill
Councillor
139.
Humphreys. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, please allow me to bring new information to the table about lighting. It's not going to go long, I promise you. I'm pretty short when I speak sometimes. Now, our master plan, Trails Master Plan under Section 5.6, supports why we do not encourage lighting. If we're going against our master plan, we may have had alignment in the minutes of settlement. There's many, and I won't list them all because I'm not going to take a lot of time, but it's there in black and white in what we are to follow. My concern is it's in the minutes of settlement. Maybe we shouldn't have come here. Councillor Maracas is right, but it came here, it gave us an opportunity to review with our residents, and it's a tough one for me to support. I don't want to open the minutes of settlement either, but this is going against our master plan. One of the biggest issues that I have concern with, it says here, excessive lighting, especially near residential rear yards and adjacent to natural areas. We don't do that. Yet we're doing that in this minutes of settlement. We're forcing the developer to do this, and we got, ratepayers say, yeah, good idea, let's do it, and we're going against our master plan.
I would state that we aren't forcing the developer
Well,
to do
it was
anything
done. Well, it was, I'm sure they didn't come up with
Councillor
it.
Humphreys, let me just explain. They've agreed to the minutes of settlement. They've come here tonight and reiterated their point that they don't want to change them. This whole, at this point, this conversation is getting extremely out of order because...
Not out of order. Sorry, Mr. Chair. It's not out of order at all. I think the whole situation's out of order. That's my personal feeling.
Councillor Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, Mr. Downey, the standard you showed at the Arboretum, a 15-foot pole with that hooded light, is that the light you're bringing forward in this park?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's our town standard. However, we have heard lots of conversation with regards to lights this evening, so perhaps we need to explore something different with regards to this. But at the end of the day, we want to make sure we at least hit that trail with the same amount of light as that standard would provide. So we may be looking at alternative lighting systems, and we'll be working with the landscape architect on that.
Thank you very much.
So it's now 10:30. I'll ask for a motion to extend probably until midnight. Councillor Thompson, joking. We'll start with a half an hour. Councillor Thompson, Councillor Abel, all those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Seeing no other speakers, I'll call the first motion, the first clause, that it be received. All those in favor, would you like to make an amendment that we remove? How many times has Councillor Gartner? Okay. Councillor Gartner?
If we're being asked to comment on the conceptual plan, I think we need to do that. So an amendment that the picnic tables and the park benches not be included, and that trash receptacles, especially near the playground, be included.
Seconded by Councillor
Thank you.
Humphreys. Any comments or questions about removing picnic tables and including Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm ambivalent about the picnic tables, but I get regular requests for benches in all sorts of areas. So for people walking along, it's not just us young, spry people that would use the trails. So I will not support that. I would say if you just wanted to take out picnic tables, I'd be fine with that, but not if benches are going to be included.
Councillor Thompson.
Through you to Mr. Downey. Mr. Downey, again, the rationale for inserting picnic tables, park benches.
Through you, with regards to benches, we often get requests for benches on our trail system. People like to sit and rest along the trail, as well as, of course, watch their children playing on the playground equipment. So I would strongly recommend we include benches. With regards to picnic tables, it's a numbers thing. I mean, we're looking at putting the odd one here and there. People may like to sit at a picnic table instead of a bench if they are in the playground area, for instance. So we may put a couple of picnic tables in that particular area, but we don't see them strewn throughout the park. We don't see them strewn throughout the park, but we certainly can limit the number of picnic tables, or simply eliminate them and bring them in as get requested by the public, because we do have an inventory of picnic tables that we can move in a later date.
Councillor Gartner.
Do I not still have the floor?
Sorry, Councillor Thompson, I got
Thank you,
confused there.
Councillor Perry. I think Mr. Downey has plenty of experience with regards to this issue, and I'm comfortable leaving it to his judgment. He's heard from members of council with regards to concerns, and I'll leave it with him to place them where they're appropriate.
Councillor Maracus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be in agreement with Mayor Daw on this one. I'm fine with removing the picnic tables, but park benches, I do see that there is a need within the trails. People want to sit down. We have park benches in all our trail systems for people to kind of rest as they move along. They need that. So if Councillor Gartner is okay with it, I mean, I wouldn't mind amending her amendment to exclude the park benches from it, and just make it just for the picnic tables. If she's okay with that. I don't know if she's okay with that, maybe we can make that a friendly.
Councillor Gartner is the mover of that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm definitely in favor of that, but not the picnic tables. Councillor Bruce.
The only little bit of debate I'll jump into tonight, I would say, heaven forbid, a family wants to have lunch while they're at the park. That to me sounds like a perfect location for a picnic table. But we're getting into way too much minutia that I don't think is appropriate for us as council to be getting into.
It's in the report.
So I'll call the question on the amendment. All those in. No, I thought it was just picnic tables. The trash receptacles were to be included. So that's a typo in the amendment. It's just picnic tables. So, all those in favor of removing picnic tables from the park? All those opposed? That carries. Are there any other amendments? Were there any other speakers? Just waiting to see. Councillor Gartner, the floor is still yours.
I'm done.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? The main motion as amended. All right, we'll start with a motion to receive. All those in favor of receiving the report? Any contrary minded? All those in favor of that the conceptual parkland design for the Highland Gate development lands be approved as presented at the public open house April 5th, 2017. All those in favor? As amended? All those in favor? Would you like them called 3 and 4 separately, or should I call them together? Would you like me to call 3 and 4 separately or together? Okay, so then, Clause 2, that the conceptual parkland design for the Highland Gate development lands be approved as presented at the public open house April 5th, 2017. All those in favor? We are calling the question on the initial R2 second clause because I was asked to call them separately. And the amendments will be called afterwards. So all those in favor of the second clause, here it is on the board in front of us, that can,
It's the main motion as amended. You don't call the amendment separately. We just voted on it.
if I was asked to call the clauses separately, that's what I'm doing. So all those in favor of that the conceptual parkland design for the Highland Gate development lands be approved as presented at the public open house of April 5th for the third time. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. And we'll call the two clauses together, the amended clauses. All those in favor of our amendments? All those opposed? That carries as well. On to item number R3, that it be received for information. So I'll be looking for a so all in favor of the, I'm looking for a mover and seconder for R3 to be received. Mayor Daw, seconded by, no one wants, Councillor Tom. Comments or questions? Councillor Thompson, to R3.
Actually, Mr. Chair, given that twice now, Sport Aurora have come and stayed till 11 o'clock and been asked to return, I was going to ask that we move it forward, but
We'll table this one for now.
no, you've called R3, so.
Any comments or questions? Seeing none. All those in favor? Councillor Gartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I thank you to staff for doing this report and for especially the summary of conditions. I have some questions, though, with respect to the information presented. The whole point of the motion that Councillor Marx and I put forward was about protecting the residents and the ways in which staff could actually protect the residents. And so I'm wanting to ask through you, I guess, to Mr. Muno, what the process would be. What measures can the staff use? What is the power of staff to make sure that if there are any contraventions, that that they have jurisdiction over the developer on behalf of the residents to move forward with it? For example, on page 3, the summary of the conditions. So what happens if these conditions aren't followed? Exactly what is the process that staff has to ensure that these conditions are going to be followed?
Mr. Ramono.
Through you, Mr. Chair, once we execute a subdivision agreement, developers obligated to fulfill those obligations of the agreement, all those conditions and provisions, and the leverage we have. Not only is the subdivision agreement registered on title to the lands, but we've also secured a significant amount of money from the developer to ensure that if there are any issues during the construction and servicing phase, that they will comply. And based on our experience to date with Highland Gate Developments Inc. and Geranium, again, they've been very good to work with, very accommodating, and they are working very closely with staff. So I don't foresee any problems with this developer in ensuring the construction phase goes as smoothly as possible.
You know, in the letter that we received from the developer under financial securities, it says, should an issue not be rectified by HGDI after received notice from the town is able to draw on financial securities. But nowhere in this report does it speak to that. And in fact, the only place it speaks to drawing on securities is, there's a chart on page 5, and under securities it says, in the event the owner does not complete the said works in the agreement, the town will draw upon and utilize the securities, and it gives a very specific formula. But if let's say the Director of Infrastructure and Environmental Services gives verbal or written instructions to the developer to cease work, and they don't, I'm sure the developer is not going to do that. But what do we do? I don't believe we could draw on securities for that.
Through you to Mr. Ramuno.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we can. We can draw on the securities if a developer doesn't want to rectify an agreement or rectify an issue that staff has raised as part of the obligations of the agreement. So again, we do have that leverage. And very rarely do we need to draw on a letter of credit if we're dealing with a sophisticated developer builder. The incentive is for them to comply with the servicing agreement to complete and get their securities back, and so they can move on.
Thank you. I had a concern about I believe the developer says that there's going to be a 24/7, a real person is going to answer 24/7 to address the residents' concerns. But what I'm looking for is, what is the time frame that has to happen in? Like, what are the parameters around that? And what happens if the address aren't addressed to the satisfaction of the residents complaining? So I don't know what that process is going to be, but I definitely think we need to have it in place. We need to have it in writing so that not only council, but the residents know, staff knows, because council doesn't want to get calls from the residents saying that they made the complaint, somebody listened to them, but nothing was done. So we need to protect ourselves, council and staff, by knowing what the process is going to be. Do you have a comment on that, or perhaps you could provide it for next time?
Mr. Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, we do have a protocol in place with this developer, and as we heard earlier on, they are keeping track of all the comments, issues, and complaints they've received today through their community hotline. I just received a copy today. I haven't shared it yet with council, but I think there were a dozen issues, and they were all dealt with within a day. So moving forward, they'll continue to deal with those issues as they come up, as well as staff. If we do get any complaints, we will advise the consulting engineers and ensure that those issues are dealt with as quickly as possible.
Thank you, and all the residents will be aware of the process and all the parameters around it. Thank you. On page 4, cleaning external streets and streets within the M plan. Now, I believe in the construction mitigation plan that the developer sent to the residents, I believe it was said the streets would be cleaned twice a day. I could be wrong on that. Here it says they'll be cleaned once a day and within 7 hours after receipt of verbal notice. The main concern with this is tracking in bad weather, tracking of mud throughout the town, as I'm sure you know, and making sure that the equipment is on site. And a resident was kind enough to provide me some information. So if it's bad mud tracking, you need a sweeper, you need a flushing truck, you need a scraper. So are these things going to be on site? Is the developer prepared if there are issues outside of the I mean, it's a construction zone. There's probably going to be things that happen that need to be taken care of right away in the name of safety. I see the developer's agent is shaking her head. So we are ensured that this remediation is going to be on site so that it can be taken care of right away.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, they've committed to that, and again, we do have that ability within our protocol and our future agreements. So they've committed to addressing all those issues, specifically street cleaning. That won't happen. And the first phase of their construction activity is the removal of topsoil. They've already got their construction accesses off of Bathurst Street, so there be very limited impact to the local roads as part of this first phase of construction.
Thank you, because I can see having the roads compromised could be a concern not only to the people who live in the area, but also to the greater community, or people who are coming into our community and aren't aware of this, and it could be a liability issue. And the last thing is the topsoil. How does it work with topsoil? We had from what I understand, the topsoil is stockpiled. If it's wet weather, contrary to what we were just talking about, no problem. If it's dry weather, that topsoil could be blowing into many of the residents' homes, and we know we had a situation not too long ago in the business park bordering the 404. So are there any precautions that can be taken by us to ensure that that topsoil is not blowing into our residents' homes and their cars and their faces?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that phase, they've already issued notices of construction for the removal of topsoil to all the abutting residents, and the developers agreed, or they've taken the decision not to stockpile topsoil. They will be clearing the topsoil and removing it off-site. So there won't be any stockpiling of topsoil on phase one. So that'll minimize that issue with potential dust from stockpiled.
Thank you. Last question, follow-up. I'm not so concerned about now, but during the construction phase, there's going to be a lot of soil being moved around and stockpiled, and that also has the potential to be blowing into the residents. So, and it's a construction site, it's going to blow, but are there any extra precautions that can be taken by us to ensure that if that's starting to happen, that we can take care of it? Well,
Mr. Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Chair, aside from the commitment that they're going to be very diligent during that, the home building phase of construction, it'd be, have their crews on site ensuring that, there is a minimal debris on site. The local roads are cleaned on a regular basis. So that commitment is there, and we do have those provisions. Staff have those provisions in the agreement, and we have that ability to ensure that they keep on top of those issues.
and of course, it always has to do with the contractors and the subcontractors, because the people, the developers at the top, of course, don't want that to happen, but they need to have control over the contractors and the subcontractors, and we've seen that that has been an issue, certainly in one development. So I would like you to keep that in mind, please.
Thank you. For the first time, Councillor Abel. For the first time, Councillor Abel.
Councillor Thompson was ahead of me.
For the first time. Can you turn on his mic?
First of all, I want to thank Geranium for their staff all being here and staying here. I do note that the town always has, as it says on the front page, standard residential subdivision agreement contains clauses and securities. The minutes of settlement extended that terms very, very detailed, and that was already done and communicated, and all the steps. What we didn't know, councillors didn't know that. And so councillors are now able to bring it forward so that they know it, as well as they can communicate to others that are interested. But I do want to acknowledge that all the conditions were all done and put in place before the notice of motion. So I do want to have that acknowledged, and I want to thank you all for your patience in going through this and staying here till this late hour. I'm really impressed with the standards that are in this, and it's a challenge. But I did want to mention that. Thank you.
Councilor Maracus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The town does have standards, and I think Councillor Gartner and I both wanted to make sure what the town is going to do to make sure that those standards are upheld, and that the developer is going to be held accountable to those standards, and that we as a town are going to do what we can to make sure that there's the least amount of disruption to the residents within the community. So that's where we were coming from. We all understand that there was the standards were all agreed upon. You know, when we look at it, we've seen other developments where trucks or you know, subcontractors or stuff have taken roads where they not necessarily supposed to take, and so therefore these are some of the things that we're looking at. Is how's town going to make sure that the roads that are said to be used are the ones that are going to be used, because we all know that it's, you know, everyone always takes that approach when it comes to these things. It's better to ask for forgiveness than it is to ask for permission to use these roads, and so therefore we see it all the time. We saw it in one development where we got emails about you know, access to the road when they weren't supposed to have access to that road, and they said, oh, sorry, we're just going to use it because we had to get through there that day, and it's only for one time. I'm speaking to construction mitigation plan, Mr. Chair. So through you to Mr. Ramuno. Mr. Ramuno, instances like that where someone does happen to take a road that they're not supposed to, they go through a different area, what does the town do in those instances?
Mr. Ramuno?
To
Do
you,
you have
Mr.
access to spike strips or anything like that?
To you, Mr. Chair. Again, you know, we sit down with the developer and you know, express our concerns and lay down sort of you know, our standards. Just again to clarify, in our last meeting with Geranium, they made it very clear to their contractor who's on site dealing with topsoil regarding, you know, our noise bylaws and what they to be very sensitive to you know, adjacent landowners and respect our noise bylaw and use the proper, only those designated access points. So they're, you know, we're sending a message. Council's been sending a message to them. They are listening, and they're relaying that message to all their contractors that they will be using on this project. So, and again, we're continuing to meet with them on a regular basis. So. I'm confident that we'll be able to deal with the issues as they come up, and there are going to be, you know, complaints. We know we're going to get complaints, but we'll be able to deal with them in a timely manner, and I think in a responsible way.
Thank you, Mr. Ramuno. And so I have another instance. So if during construction, our standards, we have a certain standard when it speaks to vibrations, and we dealt with this in another one. So if there is some issues and concerns within the construction phase, and residents complain in regards to vibrations throughout their homes, and we go out and we check it, and it meets our standards, but yet there still is vibrations through the homes. How is something like that dealt with? How can those concerns of those residents be heard and find a solution to those?
Mr. Ramuno?
Sorry, just Mr. Chair, Mr. Ramuno, before you answer that, is that something that maybe we need to deal with on a bigger level as far as our standards and policy-wise, or is this something that, is there a way that we can deal with this?
Mr. Ramuno, first of all, how do we deal with it, and should we be dealing with it on a more global scale?
To you, Mr. Chair. No, I think we have those measures in place currently, and this developer has already conducted a majority of those pre-construction surveys with all the adjacent landowners to deal with the vibration issue. That way, you know, during construction, after construction, they'll go back and do a post-construction survey to see if there was any damage. But throughout the construction period, you know, if there are complaints regarding excessive noise or vibration, they'll have their staff available, and, you know, our engineers will be available as well to ensure that their engineers attend those sites, those residents' homes, to see for themselves if there are concerns with excessive vibration. But they've already put those measures in place, as I've mentioned. They've conducted those pre-construction surveys already.
Thank you, Mr. Ramuno, and through you to, I guess, Mr. Nadarozny. It speaks of the IES director, and I'm just wondering if you could let us all know who that would actually, who is the IES director at this moment? I think most of us do know, but maybe we can make it aware as far as in this report, who will those issues and concerns be sent to? Doug?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would think the bulk of them would still be through Mr. Romano, as the engineering department's reporting to him at this time.
Thank you. That's it for right now.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a general comment directed towards Mr. Ramuno. I certainly appreciate Mrs. Schindrick speaking earlier and mentioning about the community call center and forwarding all those comments onto staff. We recognize this will be a long, drawn-out project, so I think it's essential that that feedback is maintained and we continue to track and log those kind of concerns. But it was touched on briefly by some of the other councillors with regards to, there's going to be a lot of different people working on the site, both contractors and subcontractors. So through you to Mr. Ramuno. Mr. Ramuno, is there a way that we can ensure that even the subcontractors are well aware of what the, expectations are on the site in terms of either confirming that that's either been communicated to them or getting them to sign off on something that they're well aware, so that we have confidence that anybody working on this site will do their utmost to minimize the disruption?
Mr. Ramuno?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. No, in Geranium, Highland Gate Development has already made that commitment as they are sitting down and retaining their contractors. As I mentioned, the first large contractor would be the topsoil removal contractor, and they've already specifically outlined the issues and to respect our bylaws, et cetera. So I think we do have those measures in place. We've relayed that to Geranium, and they are being very careful in ensuring that they're relaying those concerns, our concerns, to their various contractors that they're going to be retaining on site, and that'll continue on throughout the construction period. And again, we're still meeting with them on a regular basis.
I understand the rationale for the penalties, but I believe the communication and preventative measures will go a lot longer to resolving the issue.
Thank you. I'm going to ask for a motion to extend, and I'd like to keep it going until the end of R4, and then from there we can have a discussion. All those in favor? That was moved by Councillor Thompson and Councillor Gartner. Councillor Thompson, that was all your questions? Perfect. Councillor Gartner?
Thank you. I'll try and be brief. Going back to Councillor Maracas' comment about the vibration, through you to Mr. Ramuno. Mr. Ramuno, Councillor Maracas said last week, I think, that he was actually in a residence home and the house was shaking. And that wasn't an infill development. And this is Aurora has never had an infill development of this size before. This is very significant. So, the comment was about vibrations just alongside a home, never mind in the middle of an infill. So, do we need to look at those vibration standards before the construction begins? Can we look at those vibration standards?
Mr. Ramuno, I think that was already answered, but Mr. Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Again, there are engineering standards with respect to vibration levels, and as I mentioned, they will be monitoring those throughout the construction period, and that's why they did take the initiative, Highland Gate Development Inc., to conduct those individual property surveys, and I think the majority of the adjacent landowners have agreed, so they've actually committed to doing that. So again, during the construction period, if there are complaints about excessive vibration, they'll have their engineers, and we'll have our own town engineers that will be able to be on site to see for themselves.
Thank you. And looking at page 1 of the report, I think this is something that council can appreciate. It says at the very bottom, monthly project status update meetings between the owner and town staff will occur. I think that somehow council needs to be in that loop, whether it's a member of council or some members of council or Mr. CAO or something. It just, I think because of the past experience that we've had with respect to the JOC, that council needs to be kept in this monthly loop. And the last comment, there was a situation recently where one of the homes in this area did experience a lot of water coming into their backyard. I don't know if it actually went into their home. I know the developer is aware of this, and I don't know if it was because of the storm or I don't know what the circumstance is, but we are doing a development in an area where there is a lot of water, and those storms may continue. So if we needed to do some extra mitigation measures like a drainage pond or a stormwater collection pond or maybe some bailing, I mean, do we have that ability to ask the developer to do that?
Mr. Ramono?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we do. And last week during the heavy rain event, as soon as there was a couple lots had some issues because of the heavy downfall, and the developer was on site, I think almost immediately or the day after, digging some trenches to deal with the situation. So again, I can only stress that they're on top of this. So and I'm sure it'll continue. They'll be diligent in ensuring that they deal with any issues or even deal with issues before they happen if possible.
Thank you. I know the residents would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Mayor Daw?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, given that we're receiving this information, I'll support the motion on the floor. And I'm just curious if we're going to provide this level of scrutiny to all developments going forward, just in order to be equitable.
Councilor Marakis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll answer that quite happily. Yes, I'll give the scrutiny to every developer that comes within this town because I expect any development within this town to meet our standards and be the best for our community. With that being said, I'm glad to hear that they're going to be taking some proactive measures in regards to flooding, because I did hear some of those concerns. Mr. Ramono, what would happen if residents do have some flooding that occurs within their homes due to the construction?
Through you to Mr. Ramono.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I'm not sure if the flooding that happened the last couple of days was as a result of the development, because again, there hasn't been any development activity. But again, if it's a result of development, they'll be on site to rectify as soon as possible. We can ensure that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing nobody else in the queue, all those in favor of receiving the report? Any opposed? That's carried. We came back from our last health break an hour and 55 minutes ago. We are due for another in 5 minutes. Are we okay to waive procedural bylaw to forego the health break? Councillor Humphreys is moving that. Mayor Daw is seconding. All those in favor of waiving that is carried. If any staff members do need a health break, please by all means go. We can manage for the 5 to 10 minutes if need be. Unless your report is coming up next. So, on to item R4. I am looking for a mover and a seconder for the staff recommendation. Moved by Councillor Marakis, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Speakers. All those in favor? Councillor Gartner.
I can't find my notes, so I'll just wing it. So when we have contracts with service providers or consultants, there always is a timeline. And in this case, work continued after the end of the contract. I think it would be a very dangerous precedent to set that we pay contractors for work that they do after their contract has finished. I'd like to know if the rest of council has that concern.
Anything else, Councillor?
That's all for now.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly, I think we all recognize the work the Sport Aurora does and the benefit it provides. And I just wanted to draw attention to, in Mr. Downey's report, where he talks about in the conclusion that the services they presently provide could not be duplicated with staff resources at a similar cost to the town. And I think we should take that into consideration. However, I think that, and Sport Aurora aside, I think any organization that we fund on an annual basis, I think that we should formalize the agreement through a service agreement, but also in terms of those expectations. I think with regards to reporting, financials, in terms of updates, in terms of accomplishments, we've seen it done with the Church Street School or the Aurora Cultural Center, and I think that this and other organizations it should be. So I guess my question, and I'm going to actually direct this one to Mr. Nadarozny, is that going forward, do you see as part of the third recommendation the development of these agreements that will address some of those points?
Doug?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, in general terms, this is an area that we're trying to do some cleanup work in the town with respect to any grants or these kinds of arrangements where there's a contribution from the municipality to an outside group. So I would hope that those agreements would include the necessary things to have accurate accounting and that kind of housekeeping things.
My perspective is simple, is that, as part of our obligations as councillors, we have a fiduciary responsibility to uphold, and we hold staff and to high standards when it comes to the management of citizens' money, and I think that those same standards should be applied to all organizations that we deal with. And so, I'd like to see us continue to work with those various organizations so that there's great confidence in terms of the accountability with regards to those funds. No different than if a director gave us a report, we would scrutinize that same report and make sure that the value is there. And I'm getting very tired now, I think, so I'm rambling, so I'll just say that I support the motion as is.
Thank you. Councillor Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and again, thank you for the delegates for not only coming to delegate, but for staying till 11:15. It's obviously an important issue. Further on to what Councillor Thompson was saying, the town not only puts enormous pressure on staff to get things correct, not only in forecasting, but in actually delivering on what was forecasted. In a lot of cases, we require auditing of previous financial statements for various endeavors that the town goes through. I know that the Trillium Foundation, of which Sport Aurora has received funds from, requires pretty specific audits on what funds are delivered and what the money is spent on. As the delegate, as Ron mentioned in his delegation, the Activate Aurora grant, there's very strict auditing processes on how the money is spent, what it's spent on, and so forth, and how they have to keep it so much so they have to keep it siloed from other funds from within Sport Aurora. And I think that no one would argue with that as being unreasonable or something that isn't fair. I mean, this is public money being spent on various items, and I think it's only fair that, as Councillor Thompson mentioned, we execute our fiduciary responsibility as a council. Now, Doug has mentioned that the town is moving forward will be looking at ways to harmonize or create policies or criteria with respect to the grant process, grant agreements, and so forth. But obviously that's not in place now. And really what we're looking at here, although we earmarked the money in our 2017 budget process in November, it was contingent on coming back to council. And I think the reason for that was that we wanted to have some time to take stock of the relationship we have with Sport Aurora, look at the reports that were given to us with respect to year one of the sport plan, which went until April. And so I think it's only fair that, that we look at this now. So I think this is separated into two parts for me, because Sport Aurora has actually separated it in their most recent chart. The sustainability funding is $32,000. The sport plan year two is $61,000. So if we look at $61,000 for implementing year two of the sport plan, the year one was implemented on the basis that Sport Aurora had come to us originally with a, hey, the Trillium Foundation funding has lapsed. You know, we're looking, their presentation talked about looking for, you know, other financial sponsors and different relationships they might be able to forge in the future. So if we could fund their 2016 shortfall, we would be able to get two things done. One, Sport Aurora would have a bridge between their Trillium funding and other sources, and the town would get to implement year one of the sport plan with a partner, obviously, that was very influential in getting the sport plan put together. And so that's how those numbers that were presented to us at FAC in November were the basis for that report that happened last March. And I think all of council was okay with the fact that we were going to get a report back. We'll look at, you know, the relationship at the end of year one. But obviously what happened, and you know, totally understandable, the delegates mentioned it tonight, the plans changed within Sport Aurora, and they've increased their operating budget. So their projections from 2015, their total operating budget expenses was $118,000 based on $72,000 of revenue. That was 2018. For 2017, it was $110,000 expenses on $70,000 of revenue. You know, their admin costs were $33,000 for 2017. And so obviously they decided to make an administrative change to increase their budget. That's a separate issue than the sport plan, in my opinion. So what I would like to see is, if we're going to have a frank discussion on who should implement year two of the sport plan, you know, I think Sport Aurora has obviously done a good job with the year one. I think that we can look, for me, I'd rather have this separated between the sustainability and the sport plan implementation. And I would like to also see that if, on the implementation of the sport plan piece, that if there could be some sort of similar controls, similar to the way that our procurement bylaw is regulated. So I'm not sure what contracts we use for other vendors with respect to what is delivered and what isn't, or Trillium Foundation, they audit, you know, what happened. I mean, there just has to be a little bit more control from the town's perspective on what we get for our money, I think. And it's not a bad thing to say about Sport Aurora. They do great work. They're great people, meaning well. It's not an attack on anyone. It's just, you know, if the Ontario government has specific regulations that they enforce when they give money to community groups, I don't see why the town should be any different. It hasn't happened up to now. I just think that it should be included. So that would be on the sport plan piece for year two. And with respect to sustainability, the only comment I'll say, and you know, I know this is going to be an issue. I missed the budget consultation meeting, unfortunately, for the 2018 budget. You know, I think there's a conversation to be had that to call something sustainability means we're keeping the level of service the same. Sport Aurora, although, and I totally respect them for what they do, they are increasing their costs and their expenses. And so I think as a town, we have to look at that very carefully when, you know, we're also asking our staff to do more with less. And that's something that's going to be a conversation at budget for this fall. We constantly ask our staff to do as much as they can, and you know, to keep by our budget principles of, you know, 2.1% plus 1. And I just think that we have to really take a look at that. I know this is 2017. I know the funds have been earmarked, but if you look at the statements from not only the budget consultation meeting, but from the report from what day was it? From the operating budget of 2017. I mean, we're looking not only at the $93,000 shortfall this year, which includes the sport plan, but next year a $94,000 shortfall plus $68,000 for the sport plan, and so forth. So I just think we have to have a conversation as a council and not send the wrong message that, you know, I appreciate the work that they do, and it's not a personal thing. It just, you know, we have to look out for the finances of the town and what's in the best interest of the town. And, you know, for me, I think increasing funding to Sport Aurora in terms of sustainability is something that I'm not comfortable with. I know that the two reports or two budget sheets that were included in our report today were in error, but I can't unsee them. And maybe they were drafts, but I have no idea. The numbers are completely different than what we've been provided. Again, some are drafts, some are finals, but I just don't know how I can square the circle here on some of the numbers that we've been given. And so, you know, I know that, again, from a perspective of the sport plan, as long as we have some better controls, I'm happy to move forward on that. You know, but I'm still having issues with some of the financial numbers that we've been given with respect to the sustainability funding, the direction that Sport Aurora is going in, to be comfortable funding their operating costs. And this is something that we'll talk again about at the budget, but with Sport Aurora and other groups more broadly. And the only other comment I would make is that, you know, I know that Sport Aurora does talk a lot about how there's 41 sport groups involved, and I think that that's amazing. And some of those sport groups are very small, but some of them aren't. Some of them are very big. And, you know, from my perspective is, you know, a $25 membership fee for sport groups that find value out of Sport Aurora advocating on their behalf is low, because the first people I would ask in my organization to fund, you know, increases in the expenditures and the operating costs would be the membership. And, you know, we have the Aurora Youth Soccer, hockey. I mean, these are clubs that spend hundreds of thousands of dollars with the town. I mean, the report mentioned how many millions are spent by the user groups. So to me, if they found value in Sport Aurora, and I'm sure they do, why can't the membership fees be increased to reflect the work that the organization is doing? Because what's happening now is the organizations are paying $25 a year, a couple $100 total, and the taxpayers as a whole are being asked to make up the difference. And so my point of view would be, and this is not what we're being presented with, it's just my personal comment, you know, why can't the members of Sport Aurora pay more for their membership fees to fund the operating costs for the executive and so forth? And I think that should be a consideration, because, you know, there's a lot of people in town who, although they probably value sports in our community, as I did, I grew up playing sports in Aurora, is it fair for them to subsidize a group when the membership doesn't, you know, only pays $25 a year? It's just a comment. It's not what's before us in terms of, you know, Sport Aurora is obviously not thinking about raising their fees. That's a consideration for me. You know, if the membership fees were $1,000 a year, you know, maybe they wouldn't need sustainability funding from the town. And so I know I'm running up against my time, a bit of a long-winded speech, but I feel like I had to rationalize why I'm not in favor of the sustainability funding moving forward, and I'm only in favor of the sport plan funding so long as we have extra provisions and accountability for the town. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate the comments by Councillor Tom. However, from my perspective, at this point, you know, there's unfinished work to be delivered, and the value that I can see from you know, from my perspective and the way staff shares and Sport Aurora shares is that they're conquering a huge objective for our town and the services provided for the programs that they, you know, they deliver through their memberships and their continued efforts again around the programming. So for me, understand that this is coming when it has. I am supportive of it. I know it seems like, you know, quite a bit of funding, but there's a huge deliverable attached. There's year 2, this is year 1, and there's, you know, there's a lot more work to be done. I love the idea that we're going to be getting together to clean up or, you know, set up the new agreements, and maybe what we, you know, hopefully can be built in there is the expectation of what the funding will be, so that both Sport Aurora and the town ourselves have a clear understanding of what is expected, and then that each of the sort of the same process as Councillor Thompson said earlier, that you know, there's sort of an overview, what's been done, and then how we continue to support. Sorry guys, I'm tired too, but overall that I'm supportive of this evening. Thanks.
Councillor Morakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Nadarozny. Mr. Nadarozny, you mentioned about developing and looking at moving forward with an agreement, and I'm just wondering what are those timelines and when could we look at something coming back to us as far as a newly placed agreement similar to some of our other partners, community partners?
Doug?
Through you, Mr. Chair, overall my objective was to make sure that all 2018 budget funds were anything that council allocated in 2018 beyond were with an appropriate agreement. If council wants some form of an agreement with this, we can do a one-of for this. I was thinking more holistically of a broader policy that just has us always doing this for grants. That would be part of the 2018 process.
Okay, thank you. You know, I'll try to be brief. I think there's value in what Sport Aurora does for the dollar amount when if we were to hire someone to do the same thing, one position would roughly cost about the same amount of money, and they wouldn't be able to achieve as much because Sport Aurora has so many volunteers in essence coming together and putting forward and working towards executing our sport plan and the things that they want to do. So you know, I think that there is a definite value to our community and to the residents, and so I'll be in favor of this moving forward. But I definitely would like to see us move forward towards an agreement similar to other community partners that we have, and we can continue that on an ongoing basis.
Councillor Gartner.
Thank you. My question is through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Nadarozny. So nobody has picked up on the comment that I made, so I'd like to ask you. So part of the ask is for money that was done after the contract was finished with the town. Does that put Aurora in a difficult position with going forward with respect to precedent? Or has it been phrased as sustainability funding and that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, this relationship. 17 is just it's for the sport plan. Yeah. So through you, Mr. Chair, you know, this hasn't been a tradition. This isn't being handled like a procurement, for example. Although there are some similarities. I mean, basically we're outsourcing this work to a group, but it's not like we're going out on the market and just finding a consultant and giving this work sole source to a consultant. This is a group that's been engaged in the development of the plan. It's a group that's very connected to the community and has obvious benefits as the provider of these services. So there's been timing issues because of the split calendar and so on that neither us nor they anticipated at various points in this journey. So I think I don't think it'd be setting any dangerous precedent in this situation. It's a relatively small amount of money. There's a lot of goodwill that they've done to go ahead. They've never said, well, we're stopping until we get this sorted out. They've proceeded with their work, and so you know, I think this is why we need to have these agreements in place in the future, so that we don't run into these kinds of problems, so that things are clear and that everybody understands what the expectations are and when the deadlines are and when money will stop and start.
Thank you, and I appreciate all the comments at the table. I certainly appreciate the work that Councillor Tom did and the logical way in which he presented it. And also thank you to Sport Aurora for the work that they do.
Mayor Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, through you to Mr. Downey, if I may. Mr. Downey, do you feel that we're getting good value for our money at this point with respect to implementation of the sport plan?
Mr. Downey.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, I do. If I didn't, I wouldn't recommend continuing on with the relationship. I think they're doing a great job. I think they're exploring areas that we do not have the capabilities to do from a staff perspective. So, and certainly are able to obtain that information more seamlessly than we are, in that they have very strong relationships with their user groups. So I think it's a great combination of Sport Aurora and their organization, and then their abilities to provide what I think is valuable information moving the sports plan forward.
Thank you, Mr. Downey. So, Mr. Chair, I will support the recommendations on the floor. I certainly appreciate Councillor Tom's concerns, and perhaps something as we move forward through discussions with the Sport Aurora group and Mr. Downey, we can look at, well, maybe we can roll things like the promotion into our town budget. Maybe we can roll in the sports tourism. Maybe those are things that we can look at as to how to maybe more effectively manage those two elements, which is a pretty hefty chunk of their expenses. So there might be some opportunities there for some synergies and cost reductions. But if you look at some of the other things on here, the All Kids Can Play, I think, is an incredibly important and not necessarily well-known element that Sport Aurora does. And it pairs up with the Canadian Tire Jumpstart program, and although Aurora is a highly affluent town, there's still lots of people that can't afford to do things. So I think we have to look at all the elements, and as we move forward, perhaps for the 2018 year, look at how we can more effectively manage how this is happening with respect to our budgets, and certainly, as Councillor Tom and Councillor Thompson have mentioned, more detailed reporting back to council. But at this point, I will support it and look forward to moving forward as to how we may be a little more effective. Thank you.
Councillor Kim, any new information?
No, I don't actually, but I want to say something anyway. I think midway through the calendar year, it'd be an inappropriate time to pull the rug from under them and discontinue the funding. We've retained them for full year service. It's been allocated in our 2017 budget, so I'm happy to support it. Certainly in 2018, we can have that discussion in October or September. Councillor Tom raised some good points. I'm sure there's other points of discussion that we can have during budget, but I'm happy to support the release of the funds for the remainder of this year. Thank you.
Councillor Tom, new information?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Something came up. Councillor Gartner was asking about why there was a $17,000 spend before a new contract was issued. But my question is, somewhat dovetailing on that, we asked for a report on year one, and the contract was ended, I believe, at the end of March. Now, why did it take till June 20th for the initial report to come back to council?
Through you, if you recall, we had Sport Aurora coming forward to council on a regular basis, giving you a report card of where they were. Yeah. And so I was working very closely with them on those report cards and making sure that council was aware of some of the activities that were taking place, building towards this report. And so I felt it was premature to bring this report forward when you had not received a report card of where they were and what they were doing. And so there was a time gap with regards to that, and that's why there was a delay from the time that they could report out to the time that I could prepare this report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Downey. I know that we did talk at budget, though, that they had come at that time, and we waited. Said, okay, we'll wait till the report comes at the end of March. The other thing I'll say again, I appreciate Sport Aurora, the work that they do. Everyone's a well-meaning member of our community. It's not an attack on any personality or any group. I think they do great work, and they're well-respected leaders in our community. I just think that we apply, it seems, a very high standard to our staff, and I'm just saying it should be equitable. The province applies the same standard through their granting processes, and I just think we should have the same process. It's our responsibility as you know, the keepers of the purse, as it is. And the only other thing I would say is that, you know, in the presentation, the Sport Aurora did mention that, you know, without grant funding, various programs would be unable to continue. But again, if you look at their budget, a lot of those programs look to me as though they are either self-funding or close to. You know, the revenues and the expenses are similar. Now, I understand that you have you know, it's the administration costs and the advertising that seems to have been the stuff that they can't account for. So, you know, but again, I reiterate, the first thing I would do, in my opinion, would be ask if the membership of Sport Aurora finds value in Sport Aurora, as we all think they do, and we all agree that Sport Aurora provides immense value to our community, then they should, I think they should be asked to increase the membership fees so that that they take part in some of the increased expenses. I mean, soccer clubs in town, the hockey club in town, multi-million-dollar operation. I think the hockey club spends $800,000 on ice time. You know, they have award ceremonies for their own players and recognition of volunteers, all within the minor soccer, minor hockey, and yet they haven't asked us for any money. So I just think that my point of view is, again, the sport plan and the sustainability funding I see as two separate issues. They're put together in this year's budget. As Councillor Kim mentioned, you know, the report's now 6 months in, and it's come to us halfway through the year. Again, I'd be happy to move forward with year 2 of the sport plan. But next year, 2018, that's not the case. It's absolutely separated, and it's absolutely stark what the ask is. And the ask is very large. It's, you know, we're talking just Sport Aurora over the next 3 years, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars with the sport plan and with sustainability. It's a lot of money. And like I said, I just think that if we're not going to do it this year, we better do it next year for not only Sport Aurora, because I don't want to harp on them specifically, but every single person that comes to the town for a grant or for funding, because it's going to get out of hand if we don't tighten up our approach to how the town allocates funds for community groups. I really think it's going to be a challenge in the next budget. So, you know, I've stated my position. You know, I guess I'll look forward to those discussions at budget. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All those in favor of the motion on the table? Those opposed? That motion carries. Now, I have a good night, John. We do have representatives from item R11 here who've stuck through till the end. Is this something we want to deal with now as a group, or would we like to? R10 and R11. So, all right, so we'll move item R10 forward. Moved by Councillor Humphrey, seconded by Mayor Daw. Any comments or questions on R10? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any contrary minded? That carries. We'll move on to item R11. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this? Mayor Daw, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Any comments or questions on this agenda item? Councillor Gartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I remember this correctly, when we were discussing this last time, there was a clustering issue. We were talking about clustering and whether we were doing a density transfer from the property along Yonge Street to the actual residential area. Because from what I can figure, they are taking the density, the gross density of the entire parcel, and they're using the 2 units per acre of that entire parcel area. So through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Runo, I don't really know how Mr. Runo can do all of the jobs that he's doing and have time to call me back when I call him like an hour earlier. Yeah, Superman.
That wasn't the question.
No. No, I'm giving him time to try and figure this out, and I hope some other members of council also remember this. But I think it's pretty straightforward. We're taking the gross area of the whole area and we're clustering it into this small area so that they can get 2 units per acre. 2 units per acre.
That's correct, Mr.
Yes.
Mr.
Through you,
Romano?
Mr. Chair, that's correct, and that's, implementing the OPA 34. It's about a 20-acre parcel, and so over the entire land holding, they get 2 units an acre, and the 40 units are clustered over by the developable area to the west, and the portion along Yonge Street will continue to be retained by the owner, and there's an existing residential dwelling, and that'll just that will be left essentially undisturbed and zoned appropriately.
Thank you. So I think it's block 41 and block 42 where the home exists. So if we are going to be true to OPA 34, how are we going to ensure that it's understood that the whole capacity for the land has been used up by the small use of homes to the west portion of the land? I think that was a question that was posed at council, or probably public planning.
Mr. Romano?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair, the zoning that will be implemented, the residential zoning that permits the clustered residential applies to the westerly portion. The balance will either have an environmental protection zone because it's a portion of it is valley and wooded, and the easterly portion will be remain zoned rural and solely for the purpose of one lot and one detached dwelling. So the existing zoning, notwithstanding the report that council is dealing with tonight, the record will show that they've used up their density on that westerly portion.
So the rural Oak Ridge and Moraine will stay on block 41 and 42, and that will be I don't want to use the word noted, but how will that be made official? That area is not available for...
We do have the ability to impose restrictive covenants. Mr. Romano, is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, through you, Mr. Chair. I mean, the zoning is a sufficient control. Any subsequent owner, if they try to come forward, they would need then to submit a zoning amendment application and also an amendment to the official plan. And it's something that obviously we wouldn't support.
Thank you, and it will be noted officially somewhere that all of the density has been used up. Thank you.
Councilor Marakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Romano. Mr. Romano, just because we brought it up earlier, will we be holding this development and developer to the same standards that we just spoke about within the construction mitigation plan for this development?
Mr. Romano.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we will.
And I'm glad to hear that we look at upholding all the developers within our town. Thank you.
Seeing no other comments or questions, all those in favor? Any contrary minded? This one carries. We have 6 items remaining. We're not going to get to them. That motion is actually out of order. I will call for adjournment, and they'll appear on our agenda as they should. So all those in favor, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Gartner, would you like to move adjournment?
As they should be? Are they going to a GC or a C?
Any decisions we make here tonight need to be ratified at a council meeting. So if we made a motion here tonight to refer them to the GC, we wouldn't be able to ratify those until the next meeting. So ultimately, they're going to be showing up at the next meeting. It's a procedural thing that just bugs me. If we all want to just refer, we can refer, but it's
I believe it would be appropriate for the record to refer them
sounds great. You'll move that? Who's going to second
to
that?
the next GC.
Sounds great.
That's August. It has to be council.
So here we are in the summer. Okay, I suppose they can always be referred to a.
At council,
can always
we can do
be
it then. So I'll
deferred.
look for a motion to adjourn then. To adjourn. So I'm looking for a seconder or a mover to moved by Councilor Maracus, seconded by Councilor Kim. Any comments or questions on adjournment? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you very much.